fuck you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Non-believer, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live here but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Come to me, Siva.
Step light.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Hello everyone, the year is coming to a close, but the games keep on getting better and better here at Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. My name is Adam and I'm here with the one and only G10 for our last week here in the regular season, and I'm super pumped for today here, Gio.
Oh hell yeah, we are coming down to the last few matches here, the last few days of the group stages, and you know, the playoffs brackets are being decided. There are still a couple of unknowns here in the CN conference team. The APAC scene is all locked up, and today can actually have some bearing on the teams that will be slipping through in the playoffs bracket for the CN Conference. So there's a lot on the line today, just like there was yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. Especially considering just how close the scores are between slots 5 up to slots 11 here in the China Conference. So they're going to be really fighting it out for everything starting today, which is the third to the last day of our dates before the finals. And we've got some big matches coming up here today. So 3 best of 3s to show with you, and a couple of amazing storylines to follow. In particular, I am looking at the performance of Weibo here for today, for our last matchup, because it could signal a big difference between them and Oh My God here.
Absolutely, because oh my god, they are definitely not going to be able to make it to playoffs. They're far too gone, but they can still play spoiler. Before that, of course, we have INV Esports, who have yet to win a single match this tournament, unfortunately, but they are going to be going up against one of the strongest teams in the CN Conference as of late, EDG, who want to keep their winning streak alive. I believe they're 10 straight matches right now. They're looking for that 11. And Trace Esports, of course, also one of the strongest teams in the CN Conference, going up against Woohoo Gaming. Now, they could be a very big spoiler into Woohoo's chances of getting into the playoffs as well.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the standings right now between Weibo and Woohoo Gaming. They're right next to each other. 6-6 is their current standing. 6 wins, 6 losses. And they're the ones fighting for that last slot. Number 8 on the spot. They're right neck and neck to it. So this day could make a big difference here. Let's take a look. Weibo, it says there that they're already inside of the playoffs, but today's matches could absolutely change that. So can't wait to see how this will turn out. And OMG, as you mentioned, could play spoiler here against Weibo, who has a little bit of a rocky season, I might say.
Yeah, and something strange to think about is that J Team is not entirely safe at all as well. You see, they have 7 wins, but if by some miracle, if both Weibo and Woohoo win both of their matches today with straight 2-0s, then J Team could be finding themselves out of the playoffs, which is a very unlikely conclusion. But they are just not very safe, especially with that game differential still at +2 instead of +3, because if it was at +3, they'd be at a much better spot. Like FPX is completely safe, I think, and J Team, Weibo, and Woohoo still not like super even if they win, they're not guaranteed that playoff spot yet, because things can still happen over the next couple of days. So yeah, this day can shake up the standings quite a bit. It can shake up a lot of the expectations of who is going to make it to the playoffs.
I'll tell you who's safe though. EDG and Trace Esports, they're both in the number 2 and number 3 seeds, as you can see right there in the standings, which could mean that we might see something interesting here today, some experimentation to go on in the Rift. I mean, of course, they still want to rack up those points, but you really want to explore as many options, as many strats as you can, and this might be the perfect time for them to do that, especially here against Invate and Woohoo Gaming. Meanwhile, in the APAC conference standings, we have here right now the top 4 squads. You got Manila Naos on number 1, Roster Y number 2, G2 Blacklist number 3, and Saigon on number 4. And these 4 teams in particular have been looking phenomenal in the APAC conference, which, remember, 4 teams are going to be continuing on into the playoffs, and I honestly think not going to change anymore. I can't wait to see these guys go up against the China conference teams in the playoffs, and especially considering last year's run of the G2 Blacklist squad.
Absolutely. When they were formerly known as Enigma Galaxy, they got all the way up to that finals, and they went up against KBG. Interestingly, yesterday we had the rematch of that grand final. It ended the same way, in a sweep by KBG. But G2 Blacklist put up a really decent fight in both of those games. They're really doing really well in the early game to the mid game. It's just when that late game comes around and the team fights roll over, it becomes very difficult to compete against KBG's Micro, especially with ANRAN 9. But for our very first match for today, we have the bottom of the barrel for the APAC scene, INV Esports, going up against what is arguably one of the strongest teams in the CN Conference, EDG. And I said earlier that EDG had a 10-game win streak. They have a 9-game win streak. They lost their first 3 matches, and then they never lost the match after that. And I don't think that trend is going to get broken here by INV Esports.
Especially considering just how well EDG has been performing recently, right? I mean, they took down Trace Esports, a team that is arguably the best as well in the China Conference team, just a few points behind Thunder Talk Gaming here between that top 3 slots here, and a lot of it really has been due to the consistency of this squad. But the thing is, INV, they got nothing to lose in this matchup, and you know, when you got a team that's got nothing to lose, anything and everything might. I mean, I know it's a stretch at this point, right? I mean, the squad that hasn't found any bit of success in the season, going up against one of the best teams out of the whole league. It's a classic David Goliath story here, but we already said INV, they have no chance of making it into playoffs, right? So they could show us.
Well, bring it all out.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know, unfortunately, EDG is one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen in the CN Conference, especially when it comes to that early game with 07-11 and Alone being particularly very, very aggressive. And you know, they want to get as many leads, any advantage that they can in the early game, because that's just how they snowball their entire game. And looking at this head-to-head, Bank, what a difference here in terms of stats. Nearly every single stat is higher on Alone. It's just that 1 damage per gold stat that is a little bit higher for Bank, because I mean, he is the Bank. But you know, Alone has just been on an absolute tear after he was able to kind of remedy the kind of meme, the kind of tendency that he had to actually be, you know, alone after he started rolling with his team. That just became kind of the key for EDG to become the Titan Slayers that they are now.
Yeah, and that's what I love about EDG this season, right? They've sort of progressed over and over and so consistently over the season that I think they could make some big results as we head on to our playoffs starting next year. Actually, that's next year, which is when we're gonna start that. But INV gonna be standing in their way for now, so Bank hasn't found that same rhythm that Alone has had. So excited to see just how well he can perform on this head-to-head here in this particular matchup, and maybe we'll see something new to come out. Jill, let me ask you this: if you were to pick a champion in the jungle that we haven't seen much of here in the season, what would you pick?
That's interesting.
In the jungle.
That's interesting. I want to say Volibear, because he was kind of a thing back in season 1, but let's get into the stage to welcome our teams.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后。今天是第8周的第3个比赛日，首场 BO3 将由曼谷 INV 对阵 Edward Gaming。INV 的最后一次机会究竟在不在今天？让我们拭目以待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is your host. The coming up matchup will be Bangkok INV Esports versus Edward Gaming. This is the last chance that INV have. So is it today? Let's wait and see.
He's completely right. Is the last chance, the last.
首先，让我们有请 EDG 战队登场，有请单人路选手 in the solo lane 小张。
Because even one single game, even winning one single game will be a huge boon to the morale of INV Esports coming into the next season and the next.
下面有请打野选手 in the jungle.
They're going to be pulling out all the stops against
0-7-1-1.
this beast of a team of EDG.
And especially because it's EDG you're facing up against, right? Imagine the ramifications of them winning this series against the best, essentially. That's a feat if they can accomplish it, so it's a big question. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the players of EDG here making their walkouts.
接下来，让我们有请射手选手 in the duel lane
Alone, unfazed. But I do kind of like that about the Chinese teams. They always look so calm and collected when they're on stage.
最后有请辅助选手 and support 浪鬼
entrance poses, but that kind of underscores how deadly they get on the field. But I love Langui here. He's not pulling out like the big stops in terms of his entrance today, but sometimes, you know, when he's feeling it, he gets a little bit feisty.
You love to see it every time they do. But today,
接下来让我们欢迎曼谷 INV 战队 in the solo lane, Belby in the jungle, Undulator in the mid lane, BluffX in the dual lane, Bank in the support, Type Pan.
Unfortunately, we don't actually see
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
A trend throughout the entire season 2, which, you know, I wish wasn't a thing. I wish that we could see them, you know, have their entrances, have their little trash talk session that we had from like season 1, right, of the WRL-A. So hopefully we get, I mean, we'll definitely be getting more of that in the playoffs. But for now, you know, save their energy, save their focus for the games itself.
And speaking of focus, what I admire the most out of these teams in particular that we see doing the walkouts is when you're watching them in a series and they won, say, a 2-1 or a 2-0, an upset, they don't show a lot of emotions, do they? And that's part of the reason that makes them so formidable, is they have incredible emotional control. And I think that's a lot of the success that these big teams have, in difference to the ones that haven't found big success, is because their players have that sort of 7th gear in terms of emotions, right? Where they could just whittle it all away and not show any at all, and they're in complete control of their faculties, and I love it. I can't even imagine the amount
mental.
of exactly. I can't imagine the amount of training that goes into it. I mean, how do you even do that?
I mean, you just have to be really, really cool and calm, and you know, just at the end of the day, it is a game, so maybe that is part of their mindset. You know,
perhaps
don't let the pressure get to you, or you know, you can kind of explode and blow up later on in the series itself. So, and also, I mean, if you're EDG right now, you're not really considering Invade a threat, right?
That is true. That is true.
The lowest ranked APAC team has yet to win a single match. Yeah, they've taken some games away, but they just have not been. They've been pretty consistent in that they have not gotten anything good for themselves yet. It's just something that EDG are thinking, oh, you know what, we can extend our win streak against these guys right now.
Meanwhile, we're getting ready for the fight for side here to determine who will start off on which side of the map, either blue or red. And on your screen are the players from EDG, just setting up their phones there for our ARAM game. I love playing this fight for side. It definitely showcases the amount of micro potential that all of our players have, while giving us a fresh set of champs to look at. I mean, take a look. We've got Anasis on our game here.
Diana. Diana for BluffX as well. And for these matches, you know, I love that it is an ARAM, but a big engage from EDG.
Okay, they're going to go in immediately. That's the first pick off, and the leash going down early. That's the Nasus going down. BluffX going back into that brushy, but EDG biting off a little bit more than they could do. Bank flashes forward for the auto. Okay, gets the execute onto Langui for now. And that is going to be another execution. Invade actually fighting right back here. 2-1 on the score. But I don't expect anything to come into fruition after that. It's still pretty early in our ARAM game here. But that's a snowball coming through Langui. That's the spin to win Garen. Found much at all. Belby actually goes back in, and that's going to signal the punish. Here comes the Justice Punch into the knockup of Bank. As he answers back, actually, that beautiful shield into his own demise. That's him, Bank, going down for now.
Tried to go back in, it was not successful, and what I really like in this fight for his side that we have right now is the Rengar pick as one of the most deadly champions in ARAM. It's because AP Rengar, he jumps at you, he meows, you don't even have time to react, you're just taking half your health, even more. Sometimes you get one shot by his damage.
Oh, here comes Soul Unbound. A little bit off time there by Bank, going in with the snowball. And while he does manage to get a pick off, doesn't find much at all afterwards. There comes the Master Justice onto BluffX. And okay, you goes back in off of that Misfortune OT on thighs. It's gonna go down to tower dive here for EDG as they're taking down so much damage. Langui recognizes it, so he's gonna back off. Soul Unbound again from Bank as he targets Zhang this time. almost going down there. But Yone is so powerful here in Howling Abyss.
Absolutely, especially when he gets that big take there onto this area.
Langui actually providing a lot of resistance here as he picks off one of the players. And Leech going down as well. Have been struggling so much on this. Nasus EDG almost gets the ace there. But the resets are going to be here for Invade. Look at that damage from that AP Rengar you're talking about. Alone goes back in, outs, flashes, and that's going to be Bank running for the hills, but Alone pops, and that's going to be the Yone down for the count. Just Sponge doesn't hit onto anyone. Alone goes down as well. The EDG, a couple of resets for you and Alone, and took at the pickups. Alone picks up the Luden, so that's even more damage for the Rengar.
Yeah, that Rengar is already starting to hurt, and you can see how deadly he is, but EDG, they just do not want to stop. Already, Belby is already almost picked off, but great to engage.
Yeah, Fate Shield from Bank gets a couple of knockups and nets him up at that one kill. Langui goes down, and here comes the Ludens echoed up Alone. Again, back into the fight. That's a 3-for-2 exchange as you just Sponge gets dodged by Bank. Just for the contest, and look at that damage on the roar. Alone back to full HP. That is just not fair.
That is AP Rengar for you. Oh, great.
Double charm
flash there.
coming through with the Justice Push flash, and that's you getting the shutdown as well as it takes another turret. Yeah, you goes back into the safety of his teammates. Just Sponge doesn't connect this time onto Unleash, but the snowball from 0711 does, and he flashes forward for another kill. That's Belby, the only one left standing here. So 0711 goes back in. That's okay. He's not going to survive. That's EDG going for another turret here as Bank survives.
Yeah, and what really surprised me is that Yu is still alive, but he might not be for all too long, although that Soul Unbound was just a little bit too aggressive, and because they're not really fed at all, the remaining members of Invade just get wiped off of the face of the earth.
A little bit too late on the Fate Shield there, so Bank unable to find much. Let's start down to 1700 HP, just as Punch connects, and that's okay. A little bit too far, too deep there for you, but does get a reset off of that. And the problem for EDG now is Invade's wave clear. They have so much. They got a Misfortune, they got a Diana, they've got Bank as well on the Yone, so now they've got to look for the fight. 0711, nice little execution there. Isolates Bluff X, forces the flash out of it, but Alone goes in. Look at the damage on that roar. And here comes the Fate Shield onto just one. Is that worth it though? Because here comes Langui into the back line, flashes forward, and cleans house, leaving Bank all alone in front of Alone. And that's going to be the kill onto that Yone as well. EDG, they wipe off Invades. They have a chance to do a little bit of chip damage onto the Nexus here, but they can't end the game quite yet. So Invade still have one more shot.
Yep, that Nexus Shield will stop them from aggressing some more, but you can already see it's been, what, 5 minutes, and we're already at the next 28 kills for EDG. Their micro is absolutely fantastic. It's flawless, especially on Howling Abyss, but I'm really excited to see what they can do in the team fights later on.
Unleash had to flash backwards because that snowball off time. Then now he's in trouble. He's down already. The Nas has really been struggling now. Mila Zhang flashes forward. Just dispatch flash. Perfect execution onto Thai. And that's you making the plays here to set up the kills for Zhang as the Nexus is getting pummeled. EDG running for the players of Invert. Bluff X goes in for a sort of hero play. Soul Unbound on Bank. Doesn't find much here. The snowball connects and Langui might be jumped on, but Bank does have the ult. Can make a play here with Unleash on his back. But EDG, they know better than to look for another fight here. Despite being a 5v2, they're just going to go for a quick heal up. And that cures the Fate Shield. You is isolated for now, but here comes Alone, goes back in. Soul Unbound, Soul gone here for Bank as he gets destroyed. And Belby, Bluff X, can you hold the line here? And here's the problem for EDG. There's a ton of wave clear for Invades.
The minions.
But the minions now coming in. And Thai is not up yet. Neither is Bank. So now they're going to go back in for the fight. So that's Bluff X left alone standing. Not for long, as that is the fight for side. Secured by EDG.
Yep, a great team fighting game there by EDG. Very quick, of course. They, are aggressive in any phase of the game, whether it's the early game, the late game, or even in the ARAM situation. So that's something that you can expect from EDG. They just will not let off of the gas pedal there all go no stop here. They don't know the meaning of pump the brakes. So that's just kind of a teaser of what they will be doing to INV Esports come the actual games here.
Yeah. And by the looks of it, EDG are on form. Look at those team fights looking. The way they played and approached each one is classic EDG. I like the aggression. I like the form that they're currently in, especially Alone on that Rengar. So hoping to see more of the big plays from Alone here. Maybe we'll get to see a Rengar. I do hope we see a Rengar. It's been a while.
It has been a while. We've seen a couple of hovers, but nobody's really been wanting to pick up the knife cat, especially in a meta that's as jungle-centric as it is now, with some really great options in the jungle. Even if you don't get the Hecarim, you don't get the Evelyn, you're still able to pick up some really high-impact champions, like, say, the Vi, the Kha'Zix. We saw some really, terrifying Void Bugs coming out yesterday. And you can see EDG, they are just so pumped. They're so their morale is so boosted by just having fun in that arrow match.
And Rengar is just outclassed by his rival, right? Kha'Zix has just been a prime option for a lot of teams here, especially ones that like playing the split strat, where you isolate a couple of fights with the Kha'Zix and then look for a team fight on a 4v4. It's just been super effective, especially amongst the China Conference teams, right? It's really creative, the amount of strats that they've come up with the Kha'Zix pickup. So,
absolutely,
it's definitely something to expect. Maybe as well here for Alone in our final game of the series here for INV. Have to wait and see just how the drafts are gonna go, because it's about to start in just a little bit. Here we go. In patch 4.4C, blue side Bangkok. Actually, EDG going red, so interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah. That is very interesting, because usually when you see a CN Conference team win that fight for side, they default to that blue side just because they don't want to, take the trouble of banning out the Evelyn, banning out the Heka. But it does look like it's INV for banning out the Eve first, because they have seen, I think they've seen the VODs. 0711 was an absolute beast on the Evelyn yesterday. Well, it wasn't yesterday, but it was a couple days ago, I think. And they do not want to kind of relive that game, so they're gonna take it right off, because they think that it can be something that EDG will pick up if they don't ban it. So the pressure is on INV to ban correctly here, so they will be banning out Zoe, which is one of the specialties of you. So good ban there, and it's definitely one of those champions that can at any phase of the game can be very terrifying to face up against, because you're just scared. Oh, where is, if we don't have vision of her, there's probably going to be a sleepy trouble bubble coming my way, and it's very hard to react to it when it's already on the way to you.
Gragas Camille Illusion banned away by EDG, so that's a ton of disengage that they're banning away. So I wonder what they're going to be going for here. Meanwhile, Hecarim first locked up here by INV. Definitely happy to secure a pickup.
Nice.
Ooh, Akali getting locked first into the Kha'Zix as well. EDG, they're looking to make some fancy moves here in our game number one, if they decide to pull through with the Kha'Zix here. But Akali alone is already pretty impressive, I would say.
Yeah, and Yu is also a really proficient Akali player. I'd say between him and maybe Soldier, they're two of the ones that are really decent at playing this champion, above and kind of above and beyond the rest. Because a lot of the other mid laners, they do like those safer poke champions and stuff, but the Akali for you, most probably, because it can be flexed to top lane, but not super likely. But it is going to be very terrifying to deal with. These two assassins can just decimate that backline if they get access to it. So INV has to draft a composition that really restricts that backline access here. And with a Varus, he can keep himself a little bit safe with the Chains of Corruption, but you have to be super on point when somebody's coming at you. So I don't think they're going to be picking that up right now. They're going to go with the Vladimir, which is one of those champions that can be safe in lane against that Akali. And, the scaling on Vladimir is also really decent if INV does want to go that late game route, especially with a Hecarim as a disruptor.
Yeah, and I like the game plan of INV here. They're going full on team fighting. got a Galio to complement that Vladimir and that team fight type of playstyle. A lot of AoE, a lot of tankiness as well for Invade is exactly what they need to do to deal with these assassins. And so far they're reading the playbook right here against EDG. It's all gonna be a matter of execution, but I'm really liking the draft that they're pulling up right now. A lot of tankiness and a lot of that grouping potential is going to nullify a lot of the control that a Kazakhs presses on. So Invade off to a pretty good start here on the draft. Meanwhile, EDG banning away a couple of ADCs. And Invade, their options are going to be limited without the Varus, but I think they could definitely still have a lot of good ones here. Xayah still available. I think they could also go a Kai'Sa route if they want to. Both very, very safe ADCs. And EDG, however, they have to look for something tanky in their ranks because a couple of Assassins is good. An Aatrox is good, but they have to have some sort of front line. And the Nautilus, I think, is a pretty good option.
Oh man, and Langui on the Nautilus as well is very terrifying to see on the front lines, going to, go to basically find any opportunity to dredge line against some of your other members. And Ezreal actually is a really good, safer pick here for Invade, but they might not go for it. They might go for this Kai'Sa instead, which I don't disagree with.
Yeah.
I just think that maybe Ezreal with his Arcane Shift is going to be a little bit safer against these assassins. He has more ways to get away than Killer Instinct Flash, which Kai'Sa is, that's her route of getting out of things. The Renekton getting picked up here for Belby now is, I don't disagree with it, but against an Aatrox, you have to be really on point. And of course, Renekton falls off a cliff in the late game, so he's not able to get any advantages, which I don't think is going to be the play here for Invade, just because they have they have to make him a tank, so he's just going to have to go either even in lane or call Undelish to the top lane quite a bit in order to stay ahead of EDG, because man, you just know every single lane is going to be trying to go for the first blood here on EDG.
I don't necessarily... I actually like the Kai'Sa pick here from Invade, but the Renekton pick, I think could have been... I think the options could have been explored a little bit further here for Invade, because in a Renekton versus Aatrox matchup, it's gonna be 50-50. You've got no counter. Well, I do understand that the standard counters to the Aatrox were banned away, the Fiora and the Camille. They could have gone a completely different route. I mean, Gwen was available, Yone was available, all of those try and counter the Aatrox in that lane.
Yeah.
Which Invade, I think, would have provided them a little bit more damage, a little bit more of that utility. But the Renekton is an okay pick. It's I don't think it is an ideal pick here, but for Invade. But all in all, I'm really liking their draft. They have a lot of frontline, a lot of CC, and you've got that late game insurance here on both the Kai'Sa and the Vladimir. The question is, will they survive that mid game of the Assassins? That's what we're about to see here, Gio.
That is a very good question here right now, because survival is really the goal of Invade Esports here. They need to be able to last until that Vladimir, until that Kai'Sa is able to get 2-3 items, and right now they are actually pulling the trigger onto Langui at first.
Early engagement here on the bottom side. Not really punishing anyone too far, but here comes the Justice Punch onto Langui. Exhaust pop by Invade, actually okay, lots of things invested already, but the trade doesn't go in their favor. Look at the HP bars. EDG have more.
Yeah, and even though I would say that Invade, I love their proactivity, they just need to be super careful of how they do that, especially against this lane that is very calculated, very good at going for these early engages.
Going back in, that's the dredge line into the execute. Bank left alone here after his support has gone down. EDG, nice little counter punch there. And remember, Invade, because they invested the exhaust early, they couldn't do much to survive that 2v2.
Absolutely, let's take a look at that, because it was initiated by 5-Pro Pam, and he did get the double taunt, but the Kai'Sa just didn't do enough damage, especially at this phase of the game, against this area and against the big husk of that Nautilus. So yeah, the first blood going here on the side of EDG is kind of the first leak of a sinking ship for Invade Esports.
Yeah, it's a rough start here for Invade. But the good thing is, Belby is fending off Zhang so far here on the top side.
Yeah.
Darkened Blade just doesn't deal enough damage yet to get the shutdown onto Belby for now, but the opposite is true for their Necton. Could perhaps look for an opening here in the early game against the Aatrox, so that's one good thing going there for Invade. But as far as scaling goes, EDG, they could not be happier that it is Alone that's getting those kills in this map now. And they could potentially look for more. It is Nautilus after all, can go for engages over and over again. And look at the positioning that Langui is using. Try and find that pressure onto Invade's bot side. It's really, really good to see. But for now, I think Invade are gonna want to play a little bit more safely on that side.
They do have to be a little bit safer, a little bit more wary and cautious, I think. But they do have Undalish coming in from the lane. They have done the exhaust, and the on-stop shadows is going to go in, but I don't think this is going to be a dive that is orchestrated by Invade. It's just too risky, especially without a minion way to initially tank it. So it will be Longri getting out of there scot-free.
Yeah, another rough start there for Invade. They invested Hecarim ult for nothing, essentially. And here comes Alone. They found a straggler, but he does find a kill. Alone flashes to safety. And that is the 1v2. Alone finds a kill. Gets the honeycomb as well. Honey fruits, rather, as well. And he is primed for another fight here. Bank running for the hills now. That's fine, a little bit of chip damage, but yeah, beautifully done there by the ADC.
Yep, Alone. Even though when he was alone there, Longui was gone. He was still able to turn that around to 2v1. What a god! He knew his damage thresholds. He knew exactly.
And the gold gap here, Gio.
Really good awareness.
The gold gap here, Gio. It's a 1.3k right now, but if you take a look at each individual player, 1,000 out of that 1.3k is only between the ADCs. Hold that, Belby. Gets knocked back here by Zhang. Darkened Blade not ready yet, so the Croc is going to be staying relatively safe for now as Bluff X rotates towards that Baron lane.
Yeah, I actually love that Xiao Zhang is just being so aggressive in the lane.
Oh, yeah.
In in this matchup, he doesn't really care about Belby and his potential. But
line connects from Langui, and here comes the charm. Bank uses the killer instinct defensively, flashes to safety as well, so he's out of there. Here comes the onslaught for shadows for the backup on the leash in the fight, but the 0711 finds that Kai'Sa, goes back in for the resets, and can actually go for another fight against the enemy jungler. Some ton of damage on the isolation, so Unleashed gonna back off for now, but what a cleanup from EDG. Nice little rotate from 0711.
Yeah, 0711, 0711, a very alert, aware jungler, and speaking of, he is going to be down towards that bot side, looking for maybe a little bit more here against the in a while Crocodile, but it is going to be the dragon spawning up. He wants to be the first one on the scene, so that priority on late game scaling for EDG is very much alive. Unleashed though.
Unleashed is up close, but here comes the fight. Langui still has all of the kits available to him. Dredge line available, flashes forward from the depths, and Bank is out of there. He's gone. Here comes the hero's entrance, but Pam might have just bitten off more than he could chew, so he's gonna have to use the flash defensively. Meanwhile, the dragon has already been taken by EDG. They won the fight, and now they're looking at the Herald.
Yeah, they won the fight. They got the Mountain Drake, and now they are just going to take everything that they can as much as possible here. The Rift Herald, the double objective start is something that is very notorious here for CN Conference teams, and it is going to be the start of the end for Invade. I mean, at this point, 6 minutes in, basically a 3,000 gold lead, 3.5. Going to be 4, maybe 4,500 here as Shelly brings that turret down. It is, at this point, this big of a lead for EDG. It's basically a death sentence for your team.
Just taking everything that they can. Meanwhile, you want a 1v1. Bluff X flashes to safety, and it's barely enough to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Dredge line connects into the back line. That's Unleashed on a 1v1 against support, but Langui has the support of his jungler. And here comes the Nautilus ult onto that Hecarim as Invade decide to retreat for now. They know that they can't fight and they haven't found a single trade to everything that EG has taken from them. Bank, meanwhile, doesn't have the safety of their turret, and that's the exhaust from Alone as well. He's got nowhere to run, and Alone is starting to take over the game.
Yep, Alone is definitely the threat right now to consider if you're Invade Esports. Oh! It is going to be a bit rough.
George Land doesn't connect from Langui. Triggers the hero's entrance from Typro Pam though. The Bluff X staying alive for now. Hasn't even invested the Sanguine Pool yet, but Unleash has found Langui, so might be a little bit of trouble here on the Nautilus. Just as Punch doesn't connect, but the Charm does, and that's Langui going down without a fight, without any help from their team. But that's okay, because EDG looking for the response in the form of Bell in that bot side. And they're going to take a turret as well. So at the end of the day, EDG, they're looking to make things even more in their favor as Bluff X drives. And that's perfect execution from you. And that's the second part of it. That's keeping him alive, though. Doesn't have enough damage either. So Invade find a little bit of breathing room for now.
That was still very close, even considering that, you know, the Akali was ganked by, you know, 2 people in a 1v3. Still almost did all the damage, but 0711 maybe does not want to bite off that much. Alone though.
Oh, Alone goes in on the leash, almost goes down. But here comes Langui for the bailout off Alone. And that's 3-man strong top side here for EDG. So 7 makes his way in. Sanguine pull forward. Bluff X manages to deter that aggression. Bank, Killer Instinct, flash forward, finds one. Can he find another? Is he get stunned up by Langui now? Bank looking for 7-11, but that's just a little bit too antsy there. Well, he does find a kill. Does get taken down, so it is at the end of the day a 5k gold lead here for EDG.
Yeah, the Void Spikes taken him out as he was making the chase happen. So 6,000 gold in the pocket of the EDG. Their gold lead starting to balloon a little bit, and this is exactly how EDG wants to play. This is exactly how they want to end the games, just as much as possible while they have that lead. Do anything in their power to get more of a lead. Langui always looking for a dredge line opportunity, and I even like that, you know, that little flash death charge onto Bluff X, but now Typro Pam in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, here comes Langui. He goes to isolate Bluff X. Does have the Sanguine Pool, but what much can that buy you? Actually, a lot. Uses the Rocket Belt to stay alive for now. And Typro Pam uses his hero's entrance, so Invade actually investing everything they can just to stay alive. Meanwhile, losing the blue buff in the process. It is looking absolutely rough here for the Invade squad.
Yeah, I can't even say that this was unexpected, because this is exactly what we thought EDG was going to do. Their aggression in the early game, especially because they got that first blood, they got that confidence to just push the pedal to the metal, even with, you know, you being 0-1, and you know, there's a very slight gold lead on the side of Bluff X. He still will start to be incredibly scary, especially when he gets into these other fights. If he's able to get a backline access onto Bank, and even, you know, against Unleash, he's going to be very formidable. But now the ice raid being started here by EDG.
EDG there in good positions. Langui in front of the fight here. Perfect fusion activated on the leash, down to 1 HP, and that's depth charge keeping him at bay for now. But EDG look at the positions, it's just perfect. Killer Instinct to the backline though, looks to deter that as Bank gets jumped on by 0711. And look at the damage from the Kazakhs, and you just destroys everyone as EDG walk away with the fights and an 8,000 gold lead. I'm not even sure if they took the Drake, but they sure won the fights.
They 100% did, and you can see the target focus here from 0711. He actually got out of that fight in order to just focus down the Drake. He said he knew isolate the Drake, get it, and then participate in the fight. He was there. He jumped onto Bank. Look at that chunk immediately, and then, you know, the Killer Instinct to bring him to his death. Very unfortunate there for Bank, but still, you know, he should have known that there would have been a Kazakhs hunting him down. So a little bit of an oopsie there from Invade Esports trying to make that fight happen, especially with Undelish at the start of the fight getting chunked out and forced to retreat. That should have just been a call for Invade to, you know, retreat, regroup, give that dragon, and maybe just try to stop them from getting sold.
Tank has just been super aggressive. Now he's forced to stay behind because he's got ulted on twice. Now he has flash backwards as the Onslaught Shadows tries to buy a little bit of time for the team. But Invade is just running for the hills as EDG hunts them down. It's a 2 for naught as Bank barely survived, but hold, I think they can find him here. They just turn their tides towards that push. Technically, Bank survives, but the rest of his team just running now 11.6k as we head to the 11.5-minute mark. Where is Invade gonna go? What are they gonna do here, Gio?
That is a very good question. I honestly can't tell you. I don't know how they're gonna get out of this situation, especially when the Kaisa just gets caught out like that. Bank, he's the one who's supposed to be, dealing the damage, the deeps, and carrying for his team, but it's just not happening right now. EDG is stifling them at every single turn. It is absolutely tragic to see this for INV Esports, but this is just standard EDG play.
Yeah. And so far, they haven't been making a ton of mistakes here. And even if they did, Invade can't really punish them, right? Because it's a almost 4,000 gold lead at the beginning of this Baron power play. And EDG just looking to end this game as quickly as humanly possible. And look at the gold leads just ballooning now, even bigger than it's now 14k as they jump into the face of Bank again, and he's just down for the count now. As Heroes enters, you stop this Justice Punch forward flash, or Alone, who just gets out to safety as EDG. Here comes Xiao Zhang with the reinforcements, and they're going in for the fight. Darkened Blade dealing a chunk of damage as 0711 jumps forward onto Bluff X. You flashes forward for the perfect execution onto Bluff X. And look at how quick Zhang is flying into that base as EDG marched down to the first Nexus turret. First inhibitor turret, rather. And this should be the game here for EDG. Invade, can they pull off any bit of resistance?
I mean, the EDG, they are going to be just doing everything. They're gonna cross their T's, dot their I's, take every inhib turret first. But yeah, Xiao Zhang was very, very fast coming into that fight. Just, the speed of the Aatrox, ending their world basically. 6-20 right now. 20,000 gold lead for EDG in 13 minutes. This is just textbook for them.
Yeah.
This is a game that they are just very eager to end. This is a show of force, a show of power for the Chinese squad. They want to get that 10 win streak, right?
But I do have to say, I like how EDG is approaching this matchup in general. Still love a ton of respect for Invade. I mean, theoretically, they could have pushed further in that base. Deciding not to is a definite show of respect. So EDG, commend them for that. Meanwhile, they're taking the red buff here, of course. Cypropam, they're trying to at least get a little bit of vision in their own red side jungle. But the Void Seeker doesn't even find any bit of vision at all. Here comes the Dredge line, and here comes Unleash looking for something. And he's found 4 players right in his face. He's got the Onslaught of Shadows to use defensively, but he's just got nowhere to go. And he's gone down. Bank, Killer Instinct backward, and look at 0711 chipping him down to nothing as Bluff goes down as well. EDG, they're running for the base of Invade as Belby's just scrambling, gasping for air as he flashes to the safety of his minions, but there is just nowhere safe against EDG, against 0711. And this should be the game with Thypro, the only one left standing. Minions crashing down at his base. Dredge line doesn't connect, but the stun does. And here comes EDG to lay down the thunder as they take game 1 of this best of 3.
Yep, that is textbook for EDG. Everything that they did there was what they have been doing for this entire season. Their 9 series win streak run has been built off of this, and this is just a show of absolute power from EDG, because they didn't have to go that hard. They could have ended the game a lot earlier, I think. But they wanted Invade Esports to know that this was not their time. This is not going to be their series, their game. There is no mercy coming into this match for them. So, with that being said, you can see exactly how EDG just sends a message, not only to Invade Esports but to the rest of the teams that will be facing them soon.
Yeah, and we were talking about a potential upset here today of sorts, but it seems like EDG are not gonna be letting that happen anytime soon. And Invade, it seems like their streak of losses are gonna be continuing in for now. But series not done yet. There is still at least one more game that they're gonna be playing in this series. So Invade, they still have a little bit of room to show something here in our second season. But by the looks of it, it seems like EDG are primed and ready for that playoff spots that they've been yearning for. I mean, they are pretty secure up here. But just to remind everyone, they're going to show, well, in this series at least, that they are still that force to be reckoned with, especially against Invades. And look at that gold diff over time graph. Not once after, what, the 2-minute mark did it ever go in favor of Invades. And EDG just was a testament to just how clean they play.
Absolutely clean, very flawless, and that was a 23,000 gold lead. I don't know if there's been a larger gold lead this entire season, but that was just, almost every single member having like 5,000 gold more than their counterpart there. It is just, you know, two different levels of play here being shown, and Invade Esports definitely know that they are not they're not on the same playing field as EDG at the moment.
Let's take a look at this matchup of the ADCs now. Look at the difference here. The damage alone reflects just how much Alone has done. Yeah, it all started here, right? It started here and it ended here in the bot side matchup. The first engagements were in that bot side. A lot of mistakes being made by Invade. They went for an exhaust, didn't really full commit, and when they went for the refights, Alone had the advantage because they're the ones who had more abilities. And look at the MVP. It's actually 0711 with a 609 score. Did not even go down once. And I think it was a perfect objective run here for 0711. All objectives, I believe, secured because of this man.
A very, very competitive run here by EDG, just kind of on the back of that jungle. And of course, this jungle-centric meta has been an absolute blessing for EDG. But I want to see if they can actually keep that momentum and stop Invade Esports out in game number 2, which will be coming after this short break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2 of INV Esports versus EDG, and we just had an absolute stomp. Some dominance being shown by EDG in game 1. And let's get right into the picks and bans, because I feel like even though the composition was good for INV Esports, the execution was just on a different level for EDG.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement of sorts, because EDG just dumps them. Yeah, game number 1. So let's see how things could change here in the second game as we head into the draft. Invades this time on the red side, and EDG sticking to the same bans. Gragas, is it gonna be Camille this time? Yep, it is. EDG looking to make perhaps the same composition as last game, but this time they could perhaps take the Hecarim first if Invade doesn't ban in a way.
Yeah, that Hecarim I think is not going to come out. Invade have to ban it. They have to be aware that 0711 is, you know, just such an insane player that they cannot let those two junglers away. The Evelyn as well as the boy, the Aatrox cannot be given to this man. Not the Aatrox, but the Hecarim cannot be given to this man. Yeah, Aatrox as well. Aatrox has been really good in the jungle, and 0711 definitely has had some chops with him. So I mean, you can't give away the Hecarim and the Evilin to that man.
I love it, the key and field references here. The Aatrox.
The Aatrox.
Gonna be locked up here by Invade instead. And again, EDG, as I said, could be gearing up for the same comp. It's the Akali first pick as well. They could go for another Kha'Zix priority here for 0711. And I don't see any problems with it because it was really, really good. I mean, remember, 0711 was the MVP as well of the previous game, so definitely wouldn't mind Kha'Zix again. But Invade, they're shaping things up. This time they prioritize that Aatrox into that Nautilus. So, yeah, not really letting that Aatrox go away for now.
Yeah, they saw the composition that EDG ran last time, and they're like, I kinda want to try that. But will it work out for them is the question, because now, oh god, EDG, they have Jace for 0711, man. This is going to be painful, because while Kha'Zix, yeah, he's an assassin, the Jace overall does a lot more damage because of those accelerated shock blasts. He can just poke them out really, really efficiently and set things up for the Akali to go for that perfect execution. You know, one accelerated shock blast in the later stages of the game can just signal, you know, a flash head pulverized combo here for Longui, and then it's basically Jover for whoever gets caught by that. So it is going to be a very painful painful composition for EDG. However, the Fiora will be there for Bell B, so it will be Undelish on that Aatrox. I actually quite like this. I just think that you know, 0711 is still going to be on top of some of these duels, especially if he's able to track that Aatrox down and you know, counter gank Undelish, because I feel like Undelish is gonna go for something early in the either bot or the mid lane.
Oh, this time Invade actually prioritizing a ton of, well, investment into that solo lane, because they take away the Fiora, the Riven, and the Renekton, and the Camille being bad away means that there's very few options up against that Aatrox. Meanwhile, the options that I said in that last game are still available. You still got the Yone and the Gwen still available for that counter. They seem to be putting all of their eggs into that Aatrox basket, which is an interesting start here for Invade, and I wonder if it is going to pay out this time. The Jax, though. Something that you can pick up against an Aatrox as well. This is something, yeah, not seen a lot of in terms of priority-wise, but definitely in theory still works. He's going to jump in, and the Darkened Blades are not going to be the easiest to connect anymore.
Yep, especially when you have that counter strike on. And now, that being said, Xiao Zhang, as a Jax player, he's not afraid to, you know, start counter strike level 1 and then just walk up, auto attack, counter strike, and then flash if you try to get out, just to get that stun onto you, so he can have a lot of lane priority, especially against something like a Fiora. So it is a very tough decision to be made here. But was that right? Did I see a twisted bait there?
I'm loving it. Invade pulling a sort of early mid-game composition here. They got very little late game insurance here because they got Illusion as an ADC. They got a Twisted Fate for their mid laner. So going all in on their potential final game of the season here at Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. Invates are putting so much comfort, putting so much confidence onto their Aatrox. On top of a Twisted Fate as well. So this is going to be an interesting match for sure for Invade.
Oh, for sure. I feel like that Aatrox is going to be a I don't know if it's really a good what's it called? I don't think it's going to be a good matchup here against the Jace in the jungle, but definitely later on in the game it's going to be very it's going to be a lot more effective as the game goes on, especially if they're able to, you know, keep him motivated, keep him going in at the same, you know, at good times here against EDG. But Belby is the one actually going to be playing Twisted Fate, not the top lane, but in the mid lane. That's why I was a little bit confused. But it will be, you know, the two solo laners swapping places for now.
Here we go. No level 1 shenanigans yet. And Belby on the Twisted Fate up against you here. Actually pretty smart here on the laning phase. Gonna give a rough time pre-level 5 for that Akali against the Twisted Fate matchup, given the way that matchup works. So a little bit of breathing room at least for Invade here. Has a little bit of priority for that early mid lane early game. And bot side this time is a little bit more quiet. Invade, as I say that, they're gonna flash forward.
Yep, and they're going to try to go for this first blood onto the Saya. Alone is able to flash out, get that honey fruit, and be safe there. But I love the aggressiveness, really flipping the script around on EDG.
There you go, though. Good dive.
Yeah, they are going to try, but that power shot onto Typro Pan can turn this around because Alone will now be trying to look for those not quite snipes, but you know, those feathers being set up so that he can just recall him. But that's going to be a dredge line onto him.
Oh no!
Did just risk his entire life there, and that dive will not come through because of the headbutt pulverize. Langui just knowing that he can turn this around.
That is so poorly read here by Invade. Why would they go for this dive when Typro was only down to 100 HP and the pulverize was available for Langui as well? This is unfortunate here for Invade, but yeah, it's big blunder there for that bot side. I mean, I understand the reasoning behind it. They have Illusion, Nautilus. They want to be aggressive, but that was a little bit too much there, I would say. And apart from that, they've turned things around here, EDG. That bot side that was struggling to survive for that early engagement is now having a big advantage because they've got the first recalls. They've got the first items.
Yes, and once again, this is the start of a very efficient snowball by EDG, especially when it's Alone who gets those kills, man. Oh, this is a 2-0 Zaya already. You just know that they are not going to be losing this lane now. 0711 comes in for the gank onto Belby in the mid lane. He's able to get out of there, flash out. Didn't even pull out the gold card yet. He pulled it out as a reaction, but that was because the accelerated shock blast didn't hit.
Things are a little bit quiet for now, but it is a 3-minute mark. And ADG have somehow managed to get a 1,600 gold lead for now, as again coming through on the top side.
Yes, as Xiao Zhang. Oh, that is a really good force by Bluff X to get the damage of the accelerated shot blast out. Now Yu is up here. He can go for that perfect execution, but Xiao Zhang just autos him down. Belby with the Destiny teleports right into the middle of the fray. They're gonna go for this dive. Xiao Zhang's the first one in, but will he be the last one out? It's going to be another couple of kills, 3 kills, 4 kills, and could this be an ace across the board? Thypropab is a little bit tanky, but definitely Langui can maybe go for a dive here, as he does. Though there's a headbutt. There is the feather recall and the ace across the board from EDG. They haven't even lost a single person in that entire fight. Those 2 fights.
Look at just how EDG approaches this team fight. They buy a ton of time with the perfect positioning from Xiao Zhang, and by the time Belby TPs into the fight, he's already down to half HP, and Xiao Zhang says, this is how you dive a turret at that level 5 mark. And EDG, they've done it all across the board, not just in the top side, but in that Drake lane as well. And speaking of Drake, EDG have managed to get the vision as well. And look at that. Off of that two-prong play, EDG walk off with a 4,000 gold lead.
Yep, a very big lead for this early on in the game. And yeah, they are just going to keep going, trying to get as many kills as possible. It's now you who is in there trying to bully Thypro, Pam, and Bank. They do force that back, and this is... I don't think that Bank can actually stay here against Langreen and this Akali, because if he does, he has to call a reinforcements. Undelish is there, but if he did stay, that would have been a dive orchestrated 100% by EDG. So now, man, this is just EDG trying with every ounce of their being, just getting advantage over advantage. Now Bluff X, he will get the riposte and the stun. There's a grand challenge on the Xiaozhang, but that's going to be wash. They get out of there safely.
Yeah, Xiaozhang can just reset and re-dive him, knowing now that the grand challenge is down. Meanwhile, EDG need to contest his first dragon. It is Ocean, so it's not the biggest of priorities, but the counter-strike connects. Here comes Bell.
Yeah, and that will be the kill. There's a Destiny, though, from Belby, so he's going to try to run down Xiaozhang. Unfortunately, he doesn't have as much damage as he thought. A Honey Fruit and a swift dodge there for Xiaozhang will keep him alive as the Rift Herald falls for EDG.
Yeah, his Twisted Fate.
8-0.
Twisted Fate pickup has not been working for INV, but here comes Danky.
Oh, the dive and the to the skies after the Darkened Blades. That just spells the demise right there. While Shelly was still on the way on the charge. So, hey, everything is turning up EDG at a 7,000 gold lead at less than 6 minutes in, and a double objective start here. They're just taking this entire early game. They're saying, okay, we got the first 2 kills. We have so much confidence. We're just going to run down everybody as soon as we see them, even on the map.
It's even more explosive than the last game, which, remember, ended in a 23,000 gold lead. EDG are set to make some sort of record with this series. They're running away with it. 10-0 on the board. They take the dragon. And they've taken everything, essentially. Mid-turn down. A ton of kills. And Invade, what's their breathing room? Because Belby has been reactively trying to find a counter to the rotations that EDG are putting up. But the Twisted Fate just can't put enough on the table to find a mark.
Yeah, and that's because you cannot be reactive against EDG. You have to be as proactive as they are. And that is something that they're trying to do here with Thypropam, Undelish, and Bank, trying to set up a gank here onto Xiaozhang in the top lane. But, you know, he's a Jax that is pretty fed himself, and they're investing a lot of resources, but they do jump onto him. 4 people. There's a counter-strike onto 3. Maybe he can still get Bluff X here, but not quite with 4 people jumping onto him. At least that is 1 kill. Something positive for Invade Esports.
Finally, on the board here for Invade. They managed to punish that Jax with a little sort of 2-man bait there. It's crazy that they have to invest 2 people just to act as bait, but here comes EDG again.
Yeah, and this time they're the ones who are going to be aggressing, and it will just be a flash for Bank. Get him safe under the tower. Because if he didn't get out of there, he would have just been bullied and not allowed to play the game. But that could still be happening right now, because Langwei is actually just 1v1ing him, taking down half of his health on his own. This is an Alistar, mind you, a support. And there is the Feather Storm coming through. He will at least get that recall and the kill there onto the Nautilus. Now Undelish, he is going to get flash and pulverized. This tower is going to be a very sore point for EDG, because they don't have a wave coming in. It is just coming in now. So if they wanted to go for a bank, that would have been the time. Undelish and Bluff X, they're still trying to go for some defense here, but I don't think they can really defend this tower.
Yeah, no way. Bluff X down to half, and you said it yourself, the Alistar dealing a ton of damage on Delusion. It's just a testament to how far ahead EDG are right now. Almost 10,000 gold lead before the 9-minute mark, and look at the leaderboards in terms of money here. Alone 0711 and you rocking the top 3 here. The only one who comes close is Belby on the TF. That's not necessarily the one you want to put your eggs into, but Angry's looking for something here. Ideally, Bank is the one who has to have the most money, but he has had a pretty rough early game.
I mean, a rough early game is kind of an understatement, because that Lucian has just been put into the ground again and again. And, I mean, it just is, his damage is going to be lacking. Like, at any point. This is supposed to be an early game champion, and well, early game-ish champion. Because they kind of messed up that first engage, those first few skirmishes against that bot lane. Now it is just a lone show basically, but they are going to be going on to bank. As I say that, the counter strike will land, and the accelerated shock blast almost bursting him down on its own. Now Undalish on the back, but Bluff X is at least trying to get a revenge kill onto 0711, but he just sees himself against alone, and that's going to be more auto attacks there and another kill for the Saya as we stop time, and we will be fixing that very soon. But man, that fight did not go the way that Invade Esports thought it would.
And when you see a Fiora getting 1v1 by a Zaya and that Fiora being destroyed, that's how you know. That's how you know this game is very nearly done. We have a little bit of a tech issue to solve for the moment, as you can see on the right-hand end of your screen right there, but we should be getting back into the game pretty soon with EDG close to ending this series in a 2-0 fashion. Invates, I don't think there's any way they can come back from this.
Yeah, it is not a... It's not a very possible thing for them right now. I honestly cannot think of I can't think of another way that Invade Esports can maybe come back. Only if EDG makes the biggest of mistakes, like 3 times in a row, right? If they mess up a team fight 3 times in a row, that's the only way in. But other than that, this is EDG's game to win.
Even then, it's still arguable, right? I mean, the amount of gold lead that EDG has is just unsurmountable. But yeah, that is the dilemma that Invade is faced with right now. What can they do? It feels very crushing to be in this position, especially after having invested everything in that early game and then not having that work out. So what do you do then? They don't have much scaling options. So really, realistically, a lot that they can do at this point. And now, as you can see on the screen, the problem has been solved. We will continue on with EDG at the foot at the gas pedal now, looking to end this series swiftly. So see how this goes.
Yeah, they are solidly putting the pedal to the metal right now. As Alone got that. Look at how much damage a single auto attack is getting onto Bell B, and then the Feather Storm into the recall. And Typo Pam was there, he went down as well. Langui at least was able to get that kill, even though it wasn't given to Alone. This is just kind of a victory lap now for EDG. Almost a flawless game. They've given up 1 kill because of that 4-man group up top to take down Xiao Zhang, but other than that, it has been just the game of games for EDG once again.
Yeah, definitely gonna make them feel even more confident going into the next game that they will be facing, or they will be going up to. Another pause coming out here. I think a technical issue has not been resolved yet. And there you go. I love that we have this counter, by the way. There's very few titles or tournaments that we have this, and seeing it resolved in real time is just a big blessing. So thank you, Wildrift League Asia. Thanks.
Yeah, shout out to the technical team on the ground there that are solving the problems. In real time. Big props to them, because we rarely get to see technical problems pop up and then stay unsolved for a long time. But it does seem like Xiao Zhang has a little bit of a problem. They're solving it right now. Should be good in a couple of minutes, and then we'll get right into the game, which EDG, they are knocking on the doors already here of the base for Invade Esports, and nothing short of a miracle will save Invade Esports at this point.
You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering how cold is it in that stadium.
Pretty cold.
I mean, look at the players. They're just wrapped up in all sorts of jackets.
This is a trend. This has been something we've seen for the past couple of days. It is because it is winter over there in China, and it's cold outside. It's got to be cold inside as well. So they have to be bundled up. Because have you ever tried playing any game, whether it's League of Legends PC, Wild Rift, with cold hands?
Oh
with the
yeah,
aircon is blowing on your hands.
It's rough.
It is very rough. It's not what you want to be doing. So yeah, this is performance drip right here. They need this drip to be able to perform their best.
Well, and it's working. EDG, they're performing. I think it's safe to say that they will be continuing to do so, regardless if they're wearing the winter clothing or not, because EDG has been pretty consistent this entire series. Really excited for their prospects in the playoffs starting next year, because if you take a look at the performances between them and Thunder Talk and Trace, it's really, really close. The only issue that EDG is facing is that consistency, right? But I think once they resolve that, they have a pretty good shot at this year's finals.
If we're talking about consistency, they've consistently won every single match they had ever since the first 3. So, I think that they have that solved, especially since they did have that little bit of a rough start. They lost 3 matches in a row, but then after that, they are working on their 10th game, the win streak that can only be dreamt of. So they already have 9 wins in a row, which I believe is already the highest win streak that we've seen. But they're working to make it the best win streak ever seen here in the WRL-A. So a huge undertaking here, and a record to be I don't think it's going to be broken. A record to be held up for quite a long time in WRL-A.
Yeah, absolutely. We rarely see this, right? In any league, not just in Wild Rift, but in any league, when you are on a 5-game win streak, it's already a huge testament to your strength. Double that, and it is almost never seen. And EDG being number 3 right now means that there's even more to reflect. There's even more to show here for this team. And it's only going to manifest further as we head deeper and deeper into this tournament. So, really excited for the prospects of EDG.
Especially when the playoffs come in.
Oh yes,
they definitely will be showing off all of the tricks in their sleeves. But I think the only other win streak that can rival them, I think there was also either a 10 or a 9-game win streak by KBG in WRL-A Season 1, correct me if I'm wrong, because they also were just incredibly skilled. They did not take any prisoners back in WRL-A Season 1, especially when they had, the amazing Anran 9 in that mid lane kind of centric meta. So, that being said, these Chinese teams, man, when they are on, they are on. They will not let anything get in their way.
KeepX Gaming standing currently at number 5, right? Just below Nova Esports, and I think that's one of the teams as well that are in some sort of a comeback, right? Nova Esports, ever since their last year's run, haven't had the cleanest of seasons, but I think they're on a steady path, on the rise upward, right? They're just under Edward Gaming, and they're looking pretty good now. But here we go. We'll go back into the game here with Invate struggling for anything up against a 13.6k gold deficit. And, EDG looking set to end this game. Drake spawning up.
13,000 gold lead at 10 minutes in. This is, nearly unheard of. So, yeah, they are just going to go straight for that dragon, straight for the fight. They've actually been able to take down alone, so that is a huge sort of damage out already. But Bang on the backside will get assassinated by you. Takes him right out. Delish now gonna get perfect execution, and the Jax will finish him off. But that is a 2-for-1, and the Drake will be solidly in the hands of EDG. No jungler to contest it. Bluff X getting zoned out. And, Yu is not stopping. Langui is there. He just waited. He waited the riposte out before he reactivated the Shuriken. And he's just trying to get that last auto attack onto Bluff X. The chase is on. Can the Fiora outrun Yu and Langui? They're just emoting. They're like, hey, you can't catch me. I got the honey fruit. I've got the riposte. But then suddenly, he's gone. Belby, even with that gold card, I don't think it will be enough. Even with the Dredge Vine and the Destiny, I don't think it'll be enough because Langui is right there. He got the full price. First! And that is going to be a huge mistake there by Belby. Back though with a calling right into his face. At least will finish off that Kali, but now Alone is back into the fray. The flash stun there. He didn't even get a chance to go up against Saya. That stun lasted his entire life. No Spider-Man saving the Nautilus right there, and another couple kills here for Alone. 15,000 gold lead now.
It took 3 auto attacks for Alone to shut down the enemy ADC. That's how far ahead he is. Didn't even have to use a single ability for that, while his second ability was active. Didn't use anything else as EDG looked to set their sights onto the Baron now. 2,000 HP and melting as On the Leash has no clue this is even happening. EDG, they're gonna be marching on with the Baron buff, which at this point is almost a formality. And there was a couple of mistakes there, you becoming too aggressive, but EDG, well, they can afford to make a couple of mistakes here and there as Invade look to set up another Death Rush. Oh no!
Oh, they tried to go for the Death Rush, but look at the damage laid down by 0711 immediately. So they're like, alright, nope, we're out of here. You're gonna gold card you and get out. We're not even strong enough to 3v1 this game. So there's a gold card though onto Langui, even with the culling pretty much still facing him. He's not going to be able to kill him. But Bluffx from the back, maybe able to get Alone here. Not quite. With a Feather Recall, that is going to be a huge burst of damage on the field. Oh my lord, the two skies just shredding their health. And a huge stun, 4-man stun there. And an ace for EDG to win the game.
EDG with a phenomenal performance against INV Esports, looking absolutely stellar in this series. 2-0 to end the day for themselves, and it is absolutely beautiful to see these guys at form.
Oh man,
and you can see them getting up from their chairs, a triumphant smile on everyone's faces. And EDG looking absolutely amazing after that game against Invade. It looks like there won't be any upsets here in this matchup as EDG take their bow and take their leave from the seats. What a performance from them here at the last week. I think that is their last game of yeah, their last game before the playoffs as well, and they're looking on point still.
They are super on point. They're ready to take this playoffs by storm because of the meta that has shifted really heavily into their favor. So this has just been really a victory lap for EDG, and they will end that the group stages with the record of having the longest win streak in the WRL-A Season 2 with 10 wins in a row. I solemnly believe, like, if they were able to figure things out early on in the season, they might have been able to get a perfect record, but things were still kind of shaping up. The meta was still developing, and EDG really only found their footing a couple of weeks in. But ever since then, just like a Rottweiler with a bone, you couldn't take anything away from them. They clung on to that win streak with every ounce of their fiber of their being.
And I love that for EDG, right? Because they're a team that is very, very aggressive. And when you have a team that's aggressive, that has momentum going into the series, there's very little that can stop them and put that team up going into the playoffs, meaning they have a lot to show for starting next year. So I can't wait to see them at form starting next year. But let's take a look at let's take a deeper look at just how that game played out. Just look at the goal difference over time, very similar to that last game. And look at the damage done, 23,000 for Alone. That's absolutely terrifying.
Very, very scary. Pretty much did 3 times the damage of his lane counterpart. So not a guy that you want to be giving that Saya over to. 0711 with 1-0 and 11, not 0711. But yeah, a very good score. The damage as well was pretty high, but not the highest that Judaeus could have done. It really was mostly Alone who was the star of the show. 12, 1, and 6, an insane stat line on Alone right there, just because from the very start he got that early lead and then just rode it all the way. The aggression was just never stopping here against Bank.
The MVP, of course, goes to no one else but Alone. 12, 1, and 6 on the scoreboard. And what can I say? We saw just what he was able to do, especially in that last couple of minutes of that game. You could just literally see how far ahead he was in terms of the damage that he was dealing. So absolutely well deserved here for Alone, and despite the losing matchup in the early game, still performed really well up against that Lucian Nautilus combo here of Invade. So absolutely well deserved here for the bot lane duo. But that is just it for our first series of the day. When we come back, it is going to be Trace Esports versus Woohoo Gaming. My name is Adam here with one and only Geo. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后，恭喜 EDG 拿到了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了小张来到我们赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的上单小张。
欢迎小张。那想问一下，因为最近其实我有注意到很多队伍会慢慢的先在 BP 环节先把剑魔拿下来之后去做一个上野的摇摆，而且越来越多的队伍是会把剑魔摇到上路去了。所以在你看来，这是为什么会这么去摇呢？
因为上单这个版本的英雄并不多嘛，然后就是建模如果能打上路的话，就给上路添加了挺多的帮助嘛。
也是为上路的生态链可能会多加一个环节，提供一个额外的选项。So the first question for him is like why Aatrox is kind of jungle and top choice in this meta, and his answer is like, well, actually we pick Aatrox in the solo lane is because in the solo lane now, because there is no other option, the champions are really limited. 那第二个问题想问一下，因为这个赛季你们已经是拿到了10连胜了，所以在你看来，你们能够拿下10连胜的最重要的原因是什么？
就是队友之间的配合和默契度，就是慢慢都增加嘛，然后增加就是到达了一定的默契度和配合的情况下，就是自动就会连胜。
可能队内的氛围，然后包括可能赛季初的一些调整的状态也是非常非常重要的。
对，
好的。So the second question for him is like, what is the most essential reason to your win streak? And his answer is like, well, actually, I believe that we are united at first, and I believe that good vibe makes a good condition, good atmosphere, and which leads to our win streak. 那最后一个问题想问一下，因为现在已经拿到10连胜，但是可能有没有在你们的复盘总结的过程中，觉得还有哪些方面是需要到季后赛或者说到后面的比赛去继续调整的？
其实我们队伍要调整的地方还有很多嘛，就是说，比如说一些决策和一些配合上，我们就是觉得我们都可以再去加强的地方。
可能游戏里面的决策和配合还可以再继续进一步精益求精。So the last question for him is like, what aspect do you think you got to improve in the playoffs? And his answer is like, well, actually, I believe it will be our IGL in the game and our decision making and sometimes the communication in the late game. 那以上就是我们这一趴的赛后采访，我们接下来要进入一段一拍即合环节，接下来把镜头交给千寻。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Swap blew too hard like a nigga got 4 iron suit. That's it. Got me talking money talking, I'm always in the I'ma walk around the way, but I know if I do it better. Wow. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Come to me, Siva.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat back, stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Welcome back. You're still watching the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 here. You're still your casters for today. My name is Tatum here with the one and only G10, where today we're going to be heading to our second series, which is Trace Esports versus Woohoo Gaming after that first series, which was an absolute masterclass here from EDG.
Yep. It was a masterclass. It was a massacre by EDG. They absolutely wiped the floor with Invade Esports. I mean, that was to be expected, but to the degree that EDG did, it was absolutely amazing to watch. Now, something that may be a little bit closer, pretty much mainly because of the what's at stake here. Because Woohoo Gaming, they can still make it into the playoffs, but they have to get past Trace Esports, who are top 2 in the leaderboards right now, but they did take down Thunder Talk in their game, and Thunder Talk is the top spot here in the CN Conference. So there is an argument to be made that Trace Esports is the strongest team in the CN Conference right now. I think pretty much they're on par with EDG in terms of just raw power, especially because specifically of Weiba and Tak. Their synergy together is insane. In a jungler-centric meta, of course, when you have one of the most talented junglers in the entire league, you are going to thrive.
Yeah, I think a lot of people consider Trace Esports to be the best team currently in the CN Conference roster, and it's still very, very much so arguable, but the numbers definitely reflect that. Sometimes they are number 2 spot, as you mentioned. Their playoff spot has been secured already, so they got all the room in the world to play with. Meanwhile, same is not true at all for Woohoo Gaming. As it stands, they are at the number 9 spot, currently almost tied up here, or essentially tied up with Weibo Gaming. So they definitely have an uphill battle to fight, to say the least, in the leaderboard, and now against Trace Esports. And Woohoo Gaming, well, they haven't had the most stellar of seasons, but it has been somewhat decent for them. They have been able to translate a couple of wins there, which nets them off a pretty good spot here, a really good chance, I would say, at making it into the playoffs. But you've said it yourself, they're going up against one of the biggest teams in the league, so it's a rough day for them to find themselves in. But all hope is not lost. They definitely could still fight back here.
欢迎各位收看《英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A》，我是优后。接下来将由 Trace Esports 对阵芜湖 Gaming，WHG 能否拿下这场至关重要的胜利，让我们一起期待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Trace Esports versus WHG Gaming. WHG really got to win this, but will TE let them win? Let's wait and see. Now, please welcome Trace Esports and WHG Gaming.
There you go, both teams.
光脚的不怕穿鞋的，就是干你们。
这么冷的天，光脚不怕感冒吗？
Very nonchalant there.
Ice cold. Yeah, not a lot of expression to play off against there for us. But, there we go.
Of course, I mean, at this point, they know that they are one of the best, if not, arguably the best in the league, especially, with Tak leading the trash talk there. He's very, very calm, very I don't want to say stable, but like a very level-headed guy. He's definitely not going to let emotions get ahead of him, especially when they know that this match, they have a high probability of winning
it. In the
it.
solo lane, TE, Li Sao, WHG, Rocky.
Players making their walkouts right now. And this is actually one of those nice to have when you're at the LAN setup, right? You can see your opponents in real time. You can see their facial expressions. You can see what they're feeling, essentially, what they're trying to process. You can see it in their faces, and somewhat sense the trend sometimes of what translates into the rift, and that could play into the factor here for WHG Gaming. Could work out in their favor if they can somewhat control their expression.
Absolutely. It's the game of the poker face. You can't betray your emotions to your opponent, or they can use it against you, and that is something that definitely is on the minds of both of these teams right now. So it may be a little bit cold there in terms of the temperature, but it's also cold in terms of their expressions, because they know exactly what's at stake. WHG Gaming know that they need to win this game if they want to get the playoffs, and Trace Esports know that if they want to compete for that top spot seeding, that they also have to win this in a 2-0, so that they can get, I think, level with Thunder Talk in that top spot.
And this is not a good spot to be in for WHG Gaming. I don't think they expected to be at this point, where it's going to come down to the last couple of days of the regular season if they can get into the playoffs, and now they're facing up against arguably the best team in the league right now. So this is certainly a huge pressure point for them. So that mental game is only gonna be an even bigger playing factor here for them. And it's nice to see that the players look ready for this matchup, right? None of them look like they're feeling the pressure. It seems like they're ready for this matchup. And of course, we're gonna see just how well they can keep their composure starting here at the Fight for Side.
Oh, absolutely. You just know they're thinking, I'm not feeling any pressure right now.
Over and over in their heads. No pressure, I'm not feeling any pressure.
No pressure.
Feeling any pressure.
Don't be pressured! Stay calm! I am calm! Oh, but for these guys in particular, esports athletes need to have really strong mental, especially when it comes to those longer series, those longer games, because you need to be able to think on your feet and always perform at that level. You cannot afford to tilt in a stage such as this. So if they're able to keep their cool, hold it up, and perform their best, then that is going to be the way that they win this match. Have to really play that mental game quite a lot. So really looking forward to how both Trace Esports and WHG Gaming handle the pressure.
It starts with this. The Fight for Side, of course.
With one.
Started singing randomly.
That's a goal.
Imagine if one of them. I wonder what the most toxic matchup we've had here. Because I honestly don't see a lot of banter here, right? But and that makes it even sweeter. When we see it, it's even more golden. And actually, so I wonder what the most I want to say noisy almost. What's the most banter-filled matchup we've had here so far, especially in the land setup?
That's a great question.
And I wonder if it's only going to ramp up in the playoffs, or is it going to tone down?
Oh, I hope it ramps up.
I do.
I really do hope it ramps up because one of the things that I really like about Wild Rift, the Wild Rift League, is that we allow the players to get some of that trash talk out before that game, face to face. Because usually trash talk,
that's true,
in these situations is between players in either in private on social media or something like that. When it comes to the match day itself, they have to be polite, sportsmanlike. But here, there is a space for them to let out their messages to their opponents during the match itself, which I think is just super hype.
Yeah, and you rarely get to see that, right? Go ahead, say what you want to say to the enemy team, and I think that is more helpful than it is detrimental, because there's no one that's toxic, and I think that's the direct effect of that. As here we go, we're going into the Howling Abyss here as we start the fight for side. Nothing too interesting in the compositions, nothing too out of order. I like that Nasus from last game. Darius hook connects though on the wake up, and that's WHG starting to clump up around that Morgana of wake up. And surprise, it's a lot slower here. A lot slower of a start for both sides. A little bit of a play test there for Tuck on that dredge line into the snowball play. Didn't work out exactly as he hoped it would, but it did start up the fight now. San Max stacks on that Darius passive as Korn goes back in for the fight. Cast not available yet. Level 4's on the board. These are matches for a little bit of chip damage and healing, but no one yet to go down here. Here comes Rock going in, and Carry Man a little bit too far forward as he's the one to go down first. First blood goes in favor of Trace as the Darius gets the second hookup. And San Juan goes down.
Yep, Sandy always he has to kind of be the almost a tip of spear here as the Irelia, but man, that is a lot of damage. Explosive cast, almost taking down Wake Up, but he lives in Sliver of Health. Oh my god, he's playing fire right now.
Literally 1 HP here on Wake Up. Lisa again looking for the Apprehend setup as Dark Bind keeps him at bay for now. Snowball is there. But Trace Esports, good job of providing the pressure here. Woohoo can't even get out of the turret range as the Exegol Victim gets popped onto Weba, who now jumps back into the safety of his teammates. Finally going down now. Tack down as well as Woohoo actually going in for the fight. Noxian Guillotine does not find any executes as Woohoo finds 3 executes. No answer back from Trace Esports. Is now they're getting the Beauty getting charmed and flashed on as Sani looks to clean up. Karn is the only one left standing. Goes back in. And here comes Korn. Answer back. Knock up. And that's a dead Irelia. And Weva for the resets. But he is a Tristana. Not too good being in the front line as Rocky shuts him down with the hook shot. Wake Up providing the assistance with the Black Shield. As Korn chips down because of that turret shot. So Woohoo Gaming actually fighting decent odds against Trace Esports here.
He said corn chips, and I think that was pretty funny. Oh man, but just pretty much a back and forth here between Woohoo and Trace Esports. That's kind of how it is in these IRM games. You always have like just the back and forth, everybody just fighting for an inch, and then later on, when all the chips are down, is when they get the team fights.
Search line onto Carry Man, who does not get any taunts on his second ability. So no engagement yet for Tak, as we've just so aggressive on this Tristana. I'm loving it. Peace out though. His game plan has been read here by Woohoo, and they're steering way clear of that bush that Lisa loves hanging out in. So the Apprehend hasn't really found anyone yet after that early game engagement. The scoreboard is dead even because of that. Exegol again used up against Tak now, but it doesn't translate to a kill for now. And take a look at just how quick Trace Esports are clearing up these waves. Woohoo are not able to keep it at all, but here comes the hook shot from Rocky. Looking to target Yuri as super mega inferno bomb connects onto nobody. Woohoo Gaming, they have to try and clump up together. That's what they're doing. Pan down to 1 with the black shield as Trace Esports look for the executes. Lee Sao with the knockshot guillotine doesn't get the kill, but he does get a little bit of chip damage and isolation onto the rest of the team as he gets another reset there. Rocky, the only one left standing, as he gets apprehended and jumped on. But will be flashing to safety for now. He goes back in with the hook shots and he finds the kill onto the Gragas. Gets another. That's 2 of the front lines down for Trace. And Rocky looks to clean up with the 5-man kill, but he does get locked up by Tak. So that should be the tower here for Trace.
Yep, that will be the tower there for Trace Esports. Wave is the one who takes it down. Actually, it was a million, but you know what I'm saying. Weibo was there. He was the one who was securing that for Trace Esports. And, you know, having a Tristana with the reset capability in air, I think this is pretty understated. It is a very big threat that you always have to consider. And there's the safety of that rocket jump. You saw it getting jumped on by that Irelia, like water off of his back. He was just like, nope, I'm good. He's out of there, but he's actually gonna get jumped on once again.
Oh, Yuri, perfect timing on that flash. Just in time to dodge a couple of snowballs heading his way. Could have made the difference between life and death there. As beautiful ult connects from Tak there, gets a 3-man knockup, and here comes the counter engage from Rocky. Hextech ultimatum onto Lee Sao as he takes down 1. Hook shot onto the back line as Rocky finds another. And Woohoo Gaming cleanup house. They leave Weiba and Korn all alone. And the flash back. San is there. Stun doesn't connect, but Snowball does. And it is a 1v1, but the Irelia is triumphant against the Gragas. Woohoo Gaming find the kills, and they take their own tower.
Yep, Woohoo Gaming now on the second turret. They can get some damage here before Yuri and Lee Sao manage to make their way over it, and Lee Sao is in there already, just going for it.
Reset's gonna be there. 2 gets popped by the Noxian Guillotine. Here comes the 3rd target. That's Rocky running for the hills. Hook shot to safety. Gets another stack onto Carry Man with that passive. Lee Sao looking to execute them with the Noxian Guillotine resets. That's why they're backing off for now. A lot of respect being played onto that Darius. Keeps them alive for now.
The Dunk Master has arrived, and it is his time to shine.
Oh! That's close to the back line. Yeah, Carry Man staying inside of that turret range. Not too safe with Wave, but getting up those items. Already had the RSP, I believe, but look at that. It just denies the Justice Punch. This race Esports actually so consistent with the control that they have now.
Incredibly consistent, and they are just going to start going for more. A kill for Weiba and another. Now Sandy, last man standing.
Yeah, so deep here on Weiba, and the way Trace Esports are just juggling with this turret aggro is just absolutely beautiful. Court too deep there for comfort as Rocky goes in with the hook shots and the Hextech combo. Luckily for him, it does have enough mobility to get out of that fight before getting punished. As Carryman just spawns up, Justice Punch triggers the flash from Weiba. Yeah, that's really good mind games there from Carryman, but he gets poked down to oblivion. Now the rest of the Woohoo Gaming squad are getting respawned up. Carryman tanks a true shot barrage, and flash from Yuri is beautiful. And now the counter punches Rocky with the hook shot. Does take down Yuri because of that. Avenges his teammate immediately as the flash forward from San is perfect. And that's Weiba going down without a fight. San actually going back in too deep against Korn. Gets another stun onto Tak. It's a 1v2 shuffle of fights. San is just single-handedly handling these 2 players. Does find another stun onto Tak, but he's a little bit too deep now. Will certainly get punished as Tak just locks him down. Oh, but it is spanned to not shut down Tak. Snowball doesn't connect as Yuri spawns up. Rocky goes in with the hook shot and the Hextech ultimatum. Yuri he goes down before Tak does, as Weiba spawns just in time to defend the base, but I don't think there's much they can do here.
Yeah, Tak is still alive somehow. Going into his shield, he tried to go for the flash Reg line, but now Lee Sao's up.
Rocky goes back into the fight. Tak is still 1 HP, providing that bait utility, and Trace Esports are playing Tak perfectly there. How long is Tak gonna survive with just literally a sliver of HP here? I'm not sure, but he's looking to set something up again here. Looking to bait a couple of utility here for Woohoo Gaming. The Dark Binding connects onto him this time. Tak gets chipped down even further. Look at the true shot barrage connecting onto 2, apprehended to the flash, and Lee Sao sets up the fight. Tak goes in with the dredge line as well. He's struggling to stay alive as he finally goes down as San goes crazy, but not crazy enough. TE clean up house and they take the last turret here for Woohoo. It's just the Nexus remaining for both teams.
Yeah, and this time it's Trace Esports who have the onus. They have the advantage here, and they are going to keep progressing. Rocket with the Hextech ultimatum is trying to delay them with 5 more seconds on to wake up. They can definitely go for this defense a little bit easier with all of their members.
Look at Pan, 31 HP as well. 2-shot barrage doesn't connect onto him for now, but Korn will flash on him and sacrifice his own life in the process, but I say worth it. As long as you take down the enemy ADC, which is exactly what he did there. But Trace Esports can't really close the game out yet with Korn down for the moment, which gives Woohoo a little bit of real estate to work with. That's the snowball. San going in. Hero's entrance used up. This is a chance for Trace to strike because there's no Galio ult anymore.
Yep, no Galio ult available, but there are other things.
And that's an auction guillotine shutting down. Wake up there. Lisa looking to find more with the snowball play. Gets the passive stacks. An auction guillotine pops one, but he does get destroyed by Sani, who just gets traded out this time. Rocky in a 1v3. Can he survive this with a hook shot? He survives. He doesn't find any kills yet. He does manage to split the attentions here of Trace Esports, which buys them a little bit of time, but it's all down to Pan now, who gets flashed on by Weiba, and the damage from the Tristana is just immaculate now. Look at this, it's a 1v4. Dredge line not connecting. It is going to be everything else thrown at him, and that's Trace Esports winning the fight for side.
Yep, Trace Esports definitely want this advantage. They want to have that side pick, which most likely, again, is going to be the blue side. That's what we have been seeing for the past weeks here in the WRL-A. The CN conference team always love that blue side pick, and yeah, we are going to confirm it. Trace Esports on the blue side because specifically they do not want their bans gimped a little bit. They want to have the option to target ban some players, especially in a match like this where Trace Esports want to they want to give themselves that little bit of leeway in the champion select.
Of course, especially in a matchup where it could shake up the leaderboards. This is going to mean a lot here. Trace Esports, of course, wants to improve their already stellar record this season, so might as well give them or get themselves the head start here in this year. You know what I was thinking earlier in that era matchup?
Yeah.
What is the plural form of Nexus?
Nexi?
Because I was about to say the Nexus on both sides are still up. Or is it supposed to be the Nexi?
Nexi, Nexus, Nexuses.
Does that mean, if it's Nexi, does that mean that you can also say Nexa as a singular form?
No, because Nexus is the singular form.
But
alumnus, alumni,
Yeah,
Nexus,
yeah,
Nexi. It's not a Nexa. It's not female. It's
hey,
Nexuses are confirmed male, by the way, because
can't-
it is a US Nexus.
we can't assume that.
No, we're assuming it because of the way that it's spelled. It's Nexus.
That is true. That is true.
Alumnus, right?
That is true.
That is a male person who has graduated from school.
Touche.
And Nexus is a male thing that resides in the base of the League of Legends scene.
But here we go, draft
man.
phase. Trace Esports pick blue sides for starters here. Zoe banned on top of the Vladimir on the other end of the spectrum here, and wow, it's a really different set of bans from the last game. I wonder what Trace is going to be prioritizing here.
That's a good question. Because I feel like, well, this is different. They didn't ban out. I was gonna say, the reason that Chinese teams like picking blue side is because they don't have to waste a ban on the Evelyn and the Hecarim, 2 bans. But they just let it go. They just let the Hecarim and the Evelyn go out. So we'll be Weibo picking up the Evelyn. I would love the Knife Cat to be picked up by Carry Man here. Really live up to his name as the Carry Man. I'm waiting with bated breath here. I really want him to pick this cat.
I don't think so. Probably gonna be the Kha'Zix maybe, or something else entirely. But I do hope we see. Oh, there we go.
Let's go!
The lock of the Rengar!
The first Rengar!
Gaming in their last series here before the playoffs, potentially. Pick up the Rengar. I love this. I love this.
And they know that this is their only, like, this is their last chance, right? This is their last match before the playoffs. They know that this Rengar has to perform. They know that carry man, a lot is going to be on his shoulders because of this pick. Going up against an Evelyn. And we've seen what Evelyn can do. She can just decimate teams in the blink of an eye. And can our Rengar, prevent that? Because he is the knife cat. He can get that supreme backline access even better than the Kazakhs, because he can jump on them from literally anywhere and just target all of his bursts onto the AD carry or the AP mid laner. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong here, but I'm very excited to see how Woohoo Gaming play this.
Me too. But the next question then becomes, what is the plan with this Rengar? Because look at the counter punch from Chase Esports to immediately lock up the Gragas, which is immediately going to make it so much harder for the Rengar to find that space because of the amount of denial potential that the Gragas has. Talk about the body slam, the cask. There's so many things that they can use to deny that Rengar once it pops out of the shadows. So what are they going to complement this with is the question. And Woohoo, I can't wait to see what they're going to show up with. They already have a Zeri and a Fiora, both self-sufficient in their own right, but I don't see anything indicative of how they're going to play around this Rengar yet. And with them banning out all these ADCs, I wonder if they're going to go for something along the lines of something aggressive here, or maybe something tanky, or maybe something that can keep up with the Rengar speed-wise, something like a Rakan as well, that can do the same thing that a Rengar can, which is engage from far away. Well, this makes a lot of sense, actually. The Rakan does.
It does.
I think they could also go for a Camille if it wasn't banned away, but the Fiora somewhat accomplishes the same thing. So yeah, I do like this Rakan pickup.
Yeah, I feel like if they were to pick up that Rengar, something like a Rakan really has to complement them, because, the quickness plus the Grand Entrance can distract that front line very efficiently so that Carryman can have access to that Saya. But the Saya being picked up by Yuri just means that, that Rengar immediately becomes a lot less effective, a lot less threatening, because as soon as, he pops out of the air, he starts flying towards her, just priming all of his skills, his double knife combo, Feather Storm, immediately. And she's just like, I'm out of here. Just wash dish and then get out of there. Different Riot game, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I do understand. I do understand your point there. It is a very safe ADC here. And couple that with the Gragas argument I was pointing out earlier, but we do get to see a Lux. Okay, Woohoo Gaming throwing everything they've got into the first game of this series. I'm all for this, Geo. A Lux, Rakan, Rengar combo. Make something happen.
Lux.
I love this. I love this.
The Lux, I feel, is a tiny bit questionable, but it comes down to execution. Now, we have to have faith in Pan. He's going to be going up against that side. Lux provides a lot of long-range harass, a lot of poke that the Xayah may not be able to contend with, as well as threatening that light binding into Grand Entrance combo with the Rakan. So, I feel like Yuri has to play a lot safer than he may have he wanted to with this Saya. So yeah, I just think that the composition of Trace Esports is really, really good, but there are some ways to circumvent it, to get around it with Woohoo Gaming right here with that Rengar.
Let's see how this plays out. Woohoo Gaming fighting for their life in the playoffs with everything to lose here, and they pull out an amazing unconventional composition here. Rengar Lux. What can they do with this, Geo? I don't know, but
I don't know.
They have to make it big.
I mean, we'll find out. They really need this game. They need this match, and if they're pulling out, things out of their sleeves that may not be necessarily, effective, necessarily, in regular play, but when the chips are down, when they're trying to make this comeback, when they're trying to surprise Trace Esports with something unconventional, this is one of the it just means that Woohoo Gaming have a plan up their sleeves. And yeah, this is going to be the first time Rengar has been picked in the entirety of WRL-A Season 2. So there is a lot of pressure, not just on Woohoo Gaming, but on Carryman specifically. He has to make sure that his name is respected.
Yep.
He needs to be the carry in the jungle.
And we talked about this earlier as well, right? On a different matchup when we saw a Rengar in the fight for side. Will we be seeing that Rengar today? It turns out we will, just a little bit later. And now that we have it, I can't wait to see how it performs. Meanwhile, Rocky on a little bit of a skirmish against Lee Sao. So nothing too peculiar there yet. I mean, with an Evelyn jungler, you're gonna want to wait for that level 5 mark, right? Before you get to an engagement with Carryman. Is not waiting at all. Weiba forced to flash early there. Carryman, really good job recognizing the pattern of where Weiba is going to pass.
And that is why you bring out the Rengar, because as you said, Evelyn really gets going at level 5, but that just means there is that little avenue, that opening in the early game for that Rengar to abuse the Evelyn, because he does do a lot of damage early on. So this just means that the gloves are off here. Carryman, you're gapping that Evelyn, taking that blue buff will hurt Carryman quite a bit in the early game.
Saw a window and he capitalized on it. So Carryman off to a pretty good start here in our jungling battle. Because of that, they do have a little bit of a tiny gold lead, 200, as he makes his way towards that blue buff side of the jungle. Can't necessarily gank his bottom side yet because a little bit too deep now, as Rocky might have found himself in a little bit of trouble. Flashes to safety. And that's a really good job from Lee Sao as Carryman activates Thrill of the Hunt, jumps onto Yuri, 1 HP left, the bullet strike is perfect, and Zaya, Yuri goes down, woohoo on the board.
Yep, unfortunately it was Wake Up who was getting that kill. It would have been a lot better on Carryman or Pan, but looking at that was a really good gank. The ultimate coming in and just jumping on Yuri. The perfect timing because she did not have Feather Storm available. Level 4 is when you can prey on that Zaya, and prey on her you did. And you know what? Cats are natural predators of birds, so it just makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Weiba getting jumped this time. The Grand Challenge activated by Rocky. It's a 1v2, but look at how well he's fended off against these two players. Lee Sao does not have dominance anymore, and now they look for the turn. Weiba almost dies there. Gets chipped down by San1, who flashes forward, but Weiba survives that push. Meanwhile, WHG in another engagement on the bottom side. Flash forward for the quickness, but he does get stunned up, so Wake Up can't continue on with the engage. And it's a 1-1 on the scoreboard. Trace Esports, they fight back with just one game.
Yep, at least they are still fighting back. That was a bit of an aggressive dive there by Sandy. He just wanted to go in and finish off that Evelyn, who was very, very low, but she did have her ultimate, and that was able to make her invulnerable, displace her for just enough time for that stun to come in from Lee Sao. And yeah, when you are a Zeri diving on the tower against a Renekton, you are just going to blow up.
Pick up Thrill of the Hunt again. Carryman this time on the top side on Lee Sao. Jumps into turret range, so can't necessarily find the kill. And I'm not particularly sure if Lee Sao already has the dominance available again. So Carryman didn't want to risk that, not having that information. But so far things have slowed down here for Carryman. Hasn't been able to find as much space as he hoped for. But so all things considered, he's still a little bit ahead. Here.
Yeah, things are really going to come to a head later on in about 30 seconds when the objectives spawn up. We see a lot of teams kind of crumble when it comes to contesting that very first objective. Some teams, they just want to handshake it. They just want to go, all right, you take the Raphael, we take the Drake. But against Trace Esports, I feel like Woohoo Gaming need to, try to take every fight they get, try to get Carryman as fed as possible, because there is no other option here. They cannot handshake and give Woohoo Gaming any sort of advantage. Sorry, Trace Esports.
Grand entrance connects, and that's the light binding onto attack as well. There's not enough damage going around because their Zeri is at the bottom side of the map here. Meanwhile, Rocky Lee Sao again. Beautiful riposte there. Gets the stun onto Lee Sao. Denies any further engagement so that's going to give them a lot of room, but they have to sniff out this Rift Herald getting taken now. WHG, don't they start up the Ice Dragon tech? Slowly responding. Beautiful cast right there as Carryman goes out of the pit, but goes back into the fight. After Rift Herald secured by Trace, as Woohoo gets the Dragon this time. So, fair trades. Actually, this game a lot closer than I was expecting.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it would be, you know, whoever gets that first kill is snowballs, but
they jump in with a Trill to Hunt.
Huge.
Shao flash, slice, dice. No dice though, as he doesn't survive against Carryman. Woohoo find a couple of kills there and expend a couple of summoner spells as well from Trace.
2 good kills there. The final spark really coming in big. Let's take a look at that because that was beautifully set up by Woohoo Gaming. The quickness from so far away, perfectly setting up that grand entrance, and of course the final spark and Carryman finishing it all off with the chase on the Lee style. That was a perfectly executed gang. Now Trace Esports, they do want to get a little bit of revenge, get themselves a little bit of gold, any sort of kill that they can find. But if they are just going to grab that tower, this is going to be a very good decision. So if Weibo wants to drop that Rift Herald.
But you know what, Gio? They're making the Rengar pick work. Weibo is getting checked right now. He's getting outperformed by Carryman on this Rengar. I mean, what is this? Woohoo Gaming giving Trace Esports a run for their money. I mean, this is not a look that Trace Esports is not a situation that they are used to. Certainly not against a Rengar. And look, their first turn is going to go down there in the middle side. Meanwhile, they're going to go for an engage again. Carryman on the top side. Beautiful blade caller there from Yuri to deny anything more. But that's another kill for Woohoo that's unanswered by Trace.
Yeah, and this is very uncharacteristic of Trace. I think they really just got thrown off by that early aggression by Carryman. And I really think that, they aren't doing as well as they should be. Although even with that being said, the scaling towards the late game is going to be so big for Trace Esports. They just need to survive until then, even though there is also a Zeri for the late game. The Lux and the Rengar are going to be a lot harder to play efficiently on the late game unless you're just always ambushing people. And against Trace Esports, that's a lot harder to do because they do place a lot of importance on their vision, so they will want to know where Carryman is at all times.
You know what's weird though, despite the fact that Woohoo has been so proactive in getting kills, is Trace Esports still keeping the gold even. I mean, that's the key difference between the top 3 teams, I would say, compared to the rest of the CN Conference teams, is despite the fact that they're not necessarily looking like they have a lead, they still keep and have it without looking like they're doing much, because it's just the pure macro that these teams have. And it's so good. But now Carryman going back in with a Trill to Hunt. They look to shut down the Gragas, but Tak counter engages with the body slam. And Trace Esports now are fighting back. Look, they're pushing Sani into a corner, and he is just struggling to survive, but he is laying down the thunder until he goes down. Trace find 3 kills, and WHG crumble in that fight.
And that was a mistake that Trace Esports was looking for. Look at how beautiful this is coming in from Tak. And that was engaged by Wake Up as well, but that explosive cast just set everything up for them. Carryman did go down there, but the kills were just amazing there. Weiba really putting his mark onto that Rengar, and of course Sani was just in a really bad position once that turret fell down, and now it is stretching the gold lead. They're almost 3,000 here for Trace Esports, and even though the early game was a lot dicey for them, Woohoo Gaming still have more kills by 1, but Trace Esports, they feel like they have so much more control of the map.
And this is what I was talking about here in that draft phase, the counter engage potential, the denial that is available with the Gragas. Tak just played that fight perfectly, despite the fact that he was 1 HP, did not lose composure, body slam, cask, and it was over in an instant. He turned it around immediately after that. And that's all it takes, because take a look at the gold graph here. It's turning in favor of Trace Esports off of that team fight, and now they're the ones in control of the objectives.
Exactly. 1 is all it takes. 1 mistake, 1 opportunity, and once again, Tak.
Cask, and again, Tak sets up the fight. Wake Up technically has flash to survive for now. And here comes Rocky trying to act as frontline carrier man from the back. And that is the drill down. Used up to shut down the ADC. He will go down as well, but Wake Up goes back in for the fight as Woohoo struggling to stay alive for now. They don't have a lot of CC anymore, but they do have damage in the form of Rocky, who flashes forward, riposte to slow down Korn, and now he's chasing Tak under tower. Korn gets slowed again, and Rocky will be keeping him at bay and down for the count. Grand Entrance knocks up Tak, and Woohoo Gaming strike back and take what is theirs. That is the kills.
Oh, this is so exciting. The shoe is now on the other foot, and that was this time initiated by Tak. So it seems like whoever initiates first loses the fight, because Carryman so good on that Thrill of the Hunt, just hunting down the Saya, making sure that he can't play the game in that fight. And that is exactly what the Rengar was here to do, and that set up everything for this fight. And what a setup with the Light Binding, the final spark. Korn getting slowed there, I think, was the final nail in that particular coffin. So a big mistake there by Trace Esports will lead to 4 kills, and I think this is going to be a tower. And of course the Ice Drake for Woohoo Gaming, they actually tie up the gold again.
And a big playing factor in that team fight was Rocky's positioning. He was uncontested that entire time because he was just waiting for Carryman to go in. Once Carryman went in, he went alongside him, and he served as sort of the barrier between the rest of the Woohoo squad and the Trace squad. That Trace was at a loss. What are they gonna do? They can't get past Rocky, but now the Grand Entrance connects, and that is on to just one player, as explosive gas gonna be there for a bit of a bailout onto Lee Sao. Tak, body slam, not used up yet, but that's 4 people in front of them. Not sure if Trace wants to commit to this, as they weeded out Rocky. Exhaust is gonna be there. Grand challenge from Rocky, try and buy a little bit of space, but the last caress doesn't get the execute onto Rocky. No one has gone down yet. Nice disengage from Woohoo.
Great disengage, but also they were able to grab some resources away from Trace Esports. But still, look at that gold. Trace Esports somehow have managed to find another gold lead, even though they're 4 kills behind. Their macro is just on another level right now. And with them keeping themselves ahead of the curve here, Woohoo Gaming, they really need to up their aggression. They need to look for more skirmishes. That's exactly what they were trying to do, but then Lisa was a little bit too healthy, and then of course Tak coming in to defend him was just a cherry on top. This is why, you know, Tak is one of those supports that you cannot underestimate. He will always be there to protect his team.
Absolutely, especially with the Gragas in his hands. And Trace Esports, they could just play the waiting game now, because despite the efforts of Woohoo, they're still coming out on top in terms of gold. If they just keep this up, they're eventually going to reach a precipice where the Xayah takes over the game, where they are just going to wait for Carryman to slip up, to make a mistake, and then capitalize off that, and then start the fight after that. Because remember, this is a Rengar we're talking about. The longer the game goes on, Rengar is going to struggle more and more. So Esports, they can just play the waiting game for now, and it seems like that's exactly what they're doing. They're not looking for anything proactive.
Absolutely. That is something that I feel needs to be remedied here. Weiba knows that he's being hunted down. Carryman just use that Thrill of the Hunt for a little bit of vision. Just a little bit of intimidation there to scare Weiba off of really pushing that wave and extending that, extending the small lead that Trace Esports now have. It is very small, but it still is very relevant, because that just means that Trace Esports is so good at the macro that they don't really need to compete in terms of kills to be able to be effective later on in the team fights. And of course, the scaling from Trace Esports is just going to keep going the longer the game goes on. And I really think they're going to be a much stronger team in those late game fights than Woohoo Gaming.
Not to mention, they have the better team fighting composition. This is a Rengar we're talking about, so they don't want to isolate fights, and team fights are the opposite of that. And Trace, they recognize that. Look, they're grouping up. They're not letting Carryman find anyone here, because the moment he jumps in the 5-man setup, he's just gonna go down here. And Trace playing this macro perfectly here. But the question is, will they contest for this next dragon that's already spawned up? I think they will.
They have to. It's an Infernal Drake. That is just raw damage. And that's one of the worst Drakes to give to a Rengar, because that just makes his burst even faster if he gets that backline access. And Yuri is going to be his target pretty much 100% of the time here when he's in that thrill of the hunt mode. Except, you know, if he sees someone isolate. So just a little bit of information, a little bit of intimidation there, but it does look like they're not going to be able to get this. It's going down too fast.
And they were not going to be able to steal it. The cask is a little bit too late there, but they turn it around. WHG, they don't have to hunt anymore, which means that carry man is going to be running off to the hills. They do take the dragon here, as Woohoo Gaming walk off with the Infernal Dragon buff. But Trace Esports, they're still a 5-man strong team. They're looking to set their sights towards this Baron buff, and they're starting it up already. Carry man, he snips this out, and they're gonna have to contest this without their smites. But Trace, they know better than to risk it. They're not gonna do it now. So all in all, Woohoo Gaming win that fight.
They do. They give up 1 kill for the dragon, but I think that's worth.
Yeah.
As I said, Infernal Drake, one of the best drakes to have on that Rengar. And you can see he's already got 3 items. Got the Yomu's the Edge of Night, Duskblade of Drakthar. If he so much as breathes in the direction of that Zaya, and the Feather Storm isn't on point, and it's just gone. He's just that Zaya will not be able to exist in the game.
Absolutely. Carryman's still the one to watch in this game. Trace Esports again somehow has a 1,000 gold lead. It's mind-boggling to think of, but regardless of that fact, Woohoo Gaming definitely has momentum going into this late game. Carryman at the helm of it for majority of the game, and Weiba kept in check because of that fact. But now Trace has a little bit more control towards his Baron pit, and they can threaten to start up this Baron buff. They're clearing up the waves, the minions, and the vision as well, which pressures Woohoo to respond to this Baron buff aggression. And without the thrill of the hunt, you can see that Woohoo's actions are definitely limited. So they have to wait for that to come up again. And even so, when Carryman activates the thrill of the hunt, if they don't have vision of the pit, Trace Esports can just group up together, which makes Carryman's job even harder. I mean, we keep saying how much items he has, how much damage, but at the end of the day, he still has to isolate these fights.
Oh wow, look at all that damage onto the, I think that was the Lux there that had, well, not the Lux, the Zeri, sorry, Fanny had to get out of there and go back and recall. I think because Weibo was onto him, I wasn't really able to see that, but yeah, that is another jungler that you really have to watch out for, is the Evelynn, because while she doesn't have as strong a backline access as the Rengar, if she does get to that backline, it is going to hurt quite a lot, especially with that last caress. But now the Elder Drake fight is going to be the next thing up. Carryman and Weiba, invisible junglers, just looking for each other, looking for anybody to assassinate here.
Oh, here comes Grand Entrance into the Thrill of the Hunt jump, but it's Lisao, not really the best of targets to try to fight on, as he's a tankiest player here of Trace. He uses the Slice and Dice to back off the safety, but Trace Esports, that means they don't have the Elder Drake pit control for now. Carryman, that means he doesn't have the Thrill of the Hunt anymore, which means Woohoo has to position themselves better than this. But look at Weiba. He is the Evelynn. He's going to be finding a little bit of space towards that blue buff side, and Trace Esports, they have control of the pit. Yuri starting up the Elder Dragon. Lisau's already healed up to full HP now, and Woohoo, they're pressured to start the fight. Wake up at the front end of things. That's a light binding connecting. That's stuck. Holding the fort for now. 8,000 HP left on the Elder Dragon as Wake Up goes in with Grand Entrance, connects onto Tak, and Tak is down to 100 or 25% HP now. Elder Dragon getting chipped down to 3,000, and who's going to take it at the end? Weiba getting destroyed! And that's the Elder Drake secured still by Weiba. Not stolen away, but Woohoo Gaming are winning the fight. It is them with the team fight win without the Elder Drake, and they will be pressing on to the base here of Trace.
What a great ace there by Woohoo Gaming, and I think with all of those death timers being pretty long, I still think like what, 25 seconds, they can just run it down. Yeah, they are just running it down. With that big team fight win, the ace in the Dragon Pit, Woohoo Gaming will be taking game number 1. Rengar, 100% win rate!
Woohoo Gaming with a massive curveball there makes the Rengar work, with Carryman playing out of his mind in that early game. I think they found a weakness here in the armor of Trace, and they've shown us that they're vulnerable here. Wow.
That that was beautiful. That was amazing. The first Rengar we've seen, and now 100% win rate. I love seeing that, just because it is technically true, and I don't think it's going to, you know, be disproved anytime soon, because I don't think any other team is brave enough to pick up the Rengar, especially against a team like Trace Esports. So big props to Woohoo Gaming and Carryman specifically for, you know, showing up on that Rengar and really giving it to Trace Esports, especially when they had Weiba on that Evelyn. It did seem like there was a little bit of a disconnect this time between Tak and Weiba, where usually, you know, their synergy is just so tight. But this time, the weakness was exposed, as you said, of Trace Esports. Now, a lot of teams are going to be very interested in reviewing this VOD to see where else they can exploit the Trace Esports, because honestly, for all intents and purposes, Trace Esports was kind of leading that just in terms of macro for the longest time, and then, you know, that team fight happened, and man, the positioning was just not there for Trace Esports and Weiba specifically. So, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is. It's exactly how I would put it there. And the key here for Woohoo Gaming's success is shutting down Weiba. We saw in that early game just how much impact Carryman found. Even in that first blue buff, Weiba could not get it because Carryman was just all over him. I mean, look at the damage dealt. Weiba has more, but because Carryman was able to take over the early game against Weiba, it was just propelled from then on out that Woohoo Gaming just effectively nullified Weiba's early game.
Yeah, he made sure that the Evelyn wasn't able to really pop off as hard as Weiba wanted to. So that is a very successful Rengar.
Yep.
I would say incredibly successful for Carryman. And yeah, even though the Evelyn did do more damage just because she has just more consistent damage than Rengar, because whenever Carryman goes in, burst. He just bursts people down, right? And that is the name of the game. You don't do like a lot of damage throughout the game in total if you're just bursting people down, but you do a lot of damage in the game in total if you're Pan, if you're that Lux, if you're always you know, poking out with a final spark, with you know, the light bindings, the E's as well. It is just a very difficult proposition now for Trace Esports to snowball from the early game when the Evelyn is not having a good time.
Yeah, and Pan was an unsung hero of that game. It was setting up so much for their team. The light bindings have been on point, and he's got a perfect KDA as well. 3-0-10, 0 bets. And the amount of light bindings that Pan contributed to this game is immaculate. Couple that with a Rengar that just jumps in once you find a hit with that light binding. It's just absolutely deadly here from Woohoo Gaming. And Trace Esports, they couldn't whittle their way out of that one as Woohoo with an upset for starters here. Can they continue on to close out the series? We'll see, because this is just the first game. We'll be right back with game number 2 of TE versus Woohoo Gaming.
Step light, strike hard. crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 2 now. We just saw Woohoo Gaming pull out the very first Rengar of Season 2 here at the WRL-A. I don't think they're going to be pulling it out again, but what is for sure is that Trace Esports is going to be looking for some revenge to get into the picks and bans.
The question now rises for Trace Esports is what do they do to counter this? Do they ban away the Rengar? Is it a ban-worthy pick? Or do they ban away the Lux this time? And we're going to find that out here as we head on to the draft phase. It's already begun! And it's the Camille first pick here for Woohoo, and the Rengar not banned out. Will Woohoo actually lock that up again?
That is a risky proposition now that now that Trace Esports is more aware of that possibility. So I'm not sure if they're going to risk that, but it would definitely be cool to see Carryman once again carry as a Rengar. But yeah, I really don't think that Woohoo Gaming is going to be risking that, especially, well, I mean, looking at the composition now for Trace Esports, they definitely could. There's a Corki, there's an Ezreal, two very juicy targets for a Rengar if Woohoo Gaming does decide to go that route.
Honestly, I don't think they will go that route this time, because I think a big playing factor of them locking up that Rengar was that it was up against an Evelyn. For you to make a Rengar work, you've got to be playing against a jungler with one of the weaker early games. And with Evelyn banned on out, I don't think there are any other jugglers that have weaker early games. Kha'Zix potentially, but in a 1v1, Rengar just does not win that. So I think this is the end of the Rengar run, at least for this game, which gives Trace Esports a bit of liberty to pick up any of these squishier marksmen, which they do have 2 off right now, which this gives them is a lot of breathing room in terms of damage. And Woohoo Gaming, well, it seems like they're still wanting to play for that early game. Lucian, Camille locked up for them, so this is a very aggressive lineup so far for them.
Oh yeah, I quite like that. Lucian, Camille, definitely 2 champions that can, bring that early game hotness, that hype. Especially against either an Ezreal or a Corki, this Lucian will do really well, depending on how Sani and Pan want to play it. But the junglers are still in question here for both sides. A lot of junglers are still available. Kha'Zix is still up. There's Shen that has been really good for the CN Conference ever since Season 1, and is still finding a lot of success here in Season 2. Some of those higher impact junglers, say Aatrox, stuff like that, I really think that a Kha'Zix angle
Yeah.
wouldn't be to a miss here for either side. I feel like it would be a lot stronger for Woohoo Gaming, specific like just looking at how squishy these carries are. But Aatrox will be banned out, so yeah, the pool is kind of shrinking here. The Jax will be coming out for Lee Sao, so they are leaving that jungle pick to the last. I think they are still thinking of, you know, what if Woohoo Gaming pick up that Rengar, we can pick a jungler to counter that, something like maybe that Shen, so that if somebody does get jumped on, you know, stand united immediately.
Absolutely. Kha'Zix, I think, would be the priority here. Would make the most sense, especially considering Rocky's got that Camille and makes a ton of synergy. But good. But I'll tell you something else here. Morgana is a little bit more on the conventional side than the Annie, as weird as that might sound. But anything could be thrown out here. Woohoo Gaming, are they gonna lock up the Riven here up against the Jax of Trace Esports? They will. Okay, that is a Riven locked up, but what is the jungler going to be? It is going to be that Riven instead. Orianna for that last slot here, which is going to make a lot of sense with that Camille. It is a very good synergistic option. But Pan's Lux performance in that last game, I think they will not be too... They won't be too disappointed picking up the Lux. Morgana, though, I don't know what to feel about Morgana getting locked up here. I don't know how to feel about the Morgana.
Yeah, because she does offer a lot of, you know, protection. The Black Shield, the Dark Bindings as well for catch, but that really is a lot more situational, I would say, than the Light Binding. For one, it's just, you know, one skill shot, it hits one thing. It gets blocked by a minion or a jungle creep, it's gone. But I do expect, you know, I kind of expected Pan to be picking up the Morgana, but it does, yeah, Pan will be picking up that Morgana. The wave clear, the safety in the early game is something that a lot of people underestimate with the Morgana, but I can see it. I can see it working. It's just a little bit, it is just a little bit less of, you know, a carry than the Lux. It's a lot more utility for sure. And I feel like it is just going to be the illusion that is the focus of the damage here for Woohoo Gaming. But Riven, Carryman on that Riven, you know, he can get a lot done on the Riven. He can carry, but that is going to be a lot more skill based. So a lot of eyes once again on Carryman, a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah, don't necessarily mind the Riven pickup here, but the Morgana is the one that I'm setting my eyes on, because the one thing about a Morgana that differs her from any other enchanter is that she's kind of an all or nothing kind of champion.
Yeah.
You hit the Dark Binding and it's great, you don't and you can't find anything anymore, and that's sort of the risk that you run into, right? When you pick the Morgana, it's an all or nothing kind of champ, and what's the backup? What's the fall off if it doesn't work? There's not really a lot. There's arguably none for the Morgana, right? So I'm not really too sure about the Morgana pick yet, but again, it's gonna boil down into execution, and with the lockdown potential here, it could pave the way for some good plays here on the pick composition that they're sort of running with here. So Woohoo Gaming kind of playing with fire with this composition, but they kind of doing the same thing in that last comp as well, right? So let's wait and see how Pan is going to perform, and that's the good thing though, is Pan is definitely on a confidence boost from that last game, so he's gotta be feeling at least a fair amount of confidence going into the second game.
Yep, sorry, that is my bad on me, but look at that, the exhaust already onto Weibo. Once again, he's the one who is looking for the revenge here. You know, he said, oh, my early game was stifled last game, I'm gonna try to do the same here. We're gonna try to steal some camps away, but unbeknownst to them on the top side, you know, this is just going to be vertical jungling coming out here on either side for these guys. But Wake Up is definitely very aware that Hueva is there. Pan a little bit late, did want to get that level 2 before kind of coming into this. There's that Tormented Throw doing a little bit of damage, but I don't think it's going to be a huge dive. But unless they actually want to go for it, Carryman is going to be coming in. He is already level 3, and he's going to be exhausted, but you can't exhaust his broken wings. Yuri goes down first, and it's going to be Pan who takes that. A very difficult task for attack to get away, so he won't. He will be giving that kill over to Sani, and an amazing start there for Woohoo Gaming.
A little bit of an overstay there from Trace Esports. And by the time that they got out of the jungle, the whole squad of Woohoo's here. Even Sani from the mid lane is here. Carryman walked so far up just to get back into that fight. And he's still caught up with the players of Trace. So, bit of an oversight there for them. Gives Woohoo another great start in this game. Not the start that Trace was looking for. But remember, they're the ones with Ajax, Corki, Ezreal, and the Yone combo. So, if they're playing for the long game, they are certainly set.
Yep, lots of scalers here on the side of Trace Esports, but they do have to get to that point.
Oh.
Lee Sao taking quite a lot of damage. Rocky, I'm not quite sure why he didn't just go for that duel. There was no mana on that Jax. He couldn't counter-strike. He couldn't leap strike. That should have been, you know, a kill to be had there for the Camille. But, you know, I think he just wanted to dominate that lane, force the back, try to get some of these mages rather than risking the Jax fighting back and actually, you know, getting enough mana for one skill, one counter strike to be able to bring him down.
Woohoo Gaming, though, they are on a time crunch. If you take a look at their comp, they don't have much scaling option. Not a lot at all, especially considering or comparing their comp to Trace Esports. So they should be the ones trying to be proactive at this point. Level 5 just hit by the two bot laners. So now is the time for Woohoo to start pressing forward and start looking for fights and try and end the game as quickly as possible before the third item power fights come out. Carryman is on top side.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Hextech Ultimatum. Carryman unfortunately misses that stun, but he will get the stun. Oh, there's a Fate Seal onto 2. Rocky has been taken low. He hookshots away. Carryman just trying desperately to get one kill onto Lee Sao. He does get it. He gets the knockup onto Weiba as well. And Weiba, he gets slowed down, but a tactical sweep. And the adaptive shield there by Rocky dissuades Weiba from going even further. That is a 1 kill for Woohoo Gaming, even though that was a beautiful Fate Seal by Weiba.
Beautifully done there. Beautifully outplayed by Carryman. And he goes back in. Hook shot.
Oh, man.
Executes Weiba. What a turn of events for Woohoo Gaming. Here comes the
Call the Forge Gun under the tower, and Sani with a calling to finish off Yuri. Trace Esports is just getting dismantled in this early game. What a turnaround from Woohoo Gaming. They were the underdogs coming into this match, and now they are the ones who are giving Trace Esports a run for their money.
Yeah, they did their homework here, Gio, and I'm loving it. Woohoo Gaming, they're throwing all sorts of stuff against Trace, the number 2 seed, and they're winning. The early game for the second time in a row is theirs, and you can safely say, I think it's safe to say that that last game was not a fluke at all, because Woohoo Gaming, they've repeated it. Lee Sao Counter-Strike connects, but Rocky looking for the fight.
Yeah, but you know, it's a Camille. She has adaptive defenses, so the Jax won't really find all too much success, even with the Counter-Strike up. As soon as she starts going in, and she also has that true damage as well, remember, so that is something to really consider if you're a Jax, to just get one go away. But now Tak is in the danger zone here, getting chased away by Carryman. The objectives have spawned up, and Woohoo Gaming, they have their pick. Which one are they going to be going for first? It looks like they are gonna go to that Rift Herald. Rocky contesting it, chasing Weiba away, and this looks like a very greedy play from Woohoo Gaming. They want to have that double objective start, and they are going to be going on to it. Lee Sao is the first one to get knocked up there. There's a calling, but it's going to be the secure from Carryman, actually, even though Weiba was there. No smite available. There is the Call of Forge got onto 2 as Tak and Lee Sao are now in the danger zone. But there's the package coming in. The Corki could turn everything around. Carryman's already down. Sani late to the party here. Lee Sao burning from the ignite. One more tick will not get him. There's the exhaust, but he's still doing damage through it. Horn immediately gets taken out by Sani. There's Tak as well. There's the tormented soil to finish off that kill. 2 for 1, as well as the Rift Herald coming into the side of Woohoo Gaming.
And ADC's coming in clutch there. Let's take a look at that one more time. The package was a little bit late to the party, but it almost turned the fight around. But Sani bought so much time after that. Nice little secure from Carryman as well, denying Weiba of the steal. And this Horn of the Forge getting both knockups really stalled so much here. for WHG. Korn coming in late and then Sunny turning things around. If Sunny did not come late here, it would have been over. But the exhaust is coming out to both ADCs at the end there. Then Sunny flashing forward gives them the upper hand here for Woohoo Gaming. And they're on a hot streak of wins here in terms of fights.
Oh, wow.
Off of that, it's a 4,000 gold lead and they charge Helly down the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's 7-1. Shelly definitely going to help secure this. Weiba though trying to at least get Pan. He is successful. He takes the Morgana down. The tower will live with 64 HP. Very unfortunate for Woohoo because they invested a lot in that push, but still a double objective start for them looks like, because now that Weiba has already used his entry skills, his Solar Bound, he won't be able to really set things up for this steal. So it is going to be that double objective start that Woohoo Gaming so desperately wants.
Yeah, I say worth trade there. Losing the Morgana for that double objective is absolutely worth it here for Woohoo Gaming. They potentially can look for another engagement down the bottom side as well, because they could go for a dive potentially with Weiba being on the top side.
Yeah, they definitely can. Weiba though, he wants to get a little bit of damage onto the dive here. But that Hexic Ultimatum keeping him contained, and what a dodge there by Rocky. And now that gank has failed, Weiba a lot less effective. But still, Lee Sao, he's just gonna go for the turret. He doesn't care. And Weiba is now the target, even with the Fade Sealed. He sacrifices it. He lets himself get hit. Rocky does to stop him from actually getting out of there. And Lee Sao is fighting back. That Jax is starting to scale. Yuri comes in, really clutch there, takes out the Morgana, and that is at least a 1-for-1. The tower did go the way of Trace Esports.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Rocky with the 1v2, Weiba investing everything and still not surviving off of that. Look at this.
So smart.
Walks into the Fate Sealed range and then plays around, toys around with Lisa, waiting for Pan's ult to come into fruition, and then survives the onslaught, shutting down Weiba in the process. Puts a lot more gold into their pockets here. So Woohoo Gaming feeling really, really good off of that, and Rocky having a much better game here. But Trace Esports, they are a team that is really, really good with macro. And take a look at the gold eco. Earlier, it was a 4,000 gold lead. Trace Esports somehow have whittled it down to 3,000 without getting much skills.
Yeah, it is pretty much because of that tower, because of the macro that they have been doing. And I really think that Woohoo Gaming, if they keep going for these kills, unfortunately Rocky though, he gets ganked with the Fade Seal, goes for attack from speed. But on the other side, they did get a kill on 2D Gragas, so it is a 1-for-1, and then the tower will be prioritized, it will be taken down here by Carryman. So overall, Woohoo Gaming did come out on top of that. I mean, a kill and a tower versus just a kill. Let's take a look at that again.
Trace Esports with a setup, Sunny finds that exhaust. It's just perfectly orchestrated. The read was perfect too. Last second timing on that Call of the Forged God. Really, really well played on the patience there. As you mentioned, it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, with Rocky getting shut down there. So that's at the end, I think that's a fair trade. I mean, a tower for a big shutdown gold on that top side. So Trace Esports, I think, has to feel good after that. Meanwhile, that all-enduring 6 HP tower down the mid side for Trace is still up and standing. This has been a headache for Woohoo because they can't find more map control because of this tower that is literally just one auto attack away from going down.
Yep. And that was just kind of 6 HP. Come on, just do it. Yeah, there you go. Man, that was just it was so frustrating for me to see that tower at such low HP. Just one more auto attack, and finally they get it. It's Trace Esports still doing a pretty decent job at keeping this lead not ballooning out of control because of that macro. But definitely, as the game keeps going on, Trace Esports is going to start scaling up a lot more. These team fights are going to be a lot closer. So Woohoo Gaming, they really have to keep going. And actually, Call the Forge God trying to secure top here. He's going to try to body slam away, but Sandy will be securing that kill. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Woohoo Gaming have to speed it up. They have to accelerate the pace of this game.
Exactly.
They need to finish it before they start to fall off.
And that's exactly what they're doing now. They're marching down the base.
Yep, and that is another kill onto, man, the Jax. Lee Sao was just in the wrong spot. He had trust in his tower, but it was already taken down. by Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that this is Woohoo Gaming's time to take over the game, because now is the only time that they can. Longer the game goes on, they can't do this anymore because everyone else is just gonna get stronger on the other side of the map here. So they should just press on while they can, while the gold lead is in their favor. And when we talk about these early game versus late game scaling comps, 5,000 gold lead is where we draw the line. If it doesn't go further than that, there is a chance for Trace to come back, for the scaling comp to come back, and that's exactly where we are at right now. So Woohoo, there's still a chance that they can lose this game. So now they're feeling the time pressure. Trace, on the other hand, all they have to do is buy time, and they're even coming up with some sort of strat here to take down the Baron, and this is massive if they take this.
Completely unseen, completely uncontested. They're just sneaking it away. Wake Up just now come to check it, but it's too late already. Trace Esports. It is a little bit of a desperate play, but they saw the chance. They knew that, Woohoo Gaming was like, oh, we have the lead. They're definitely not going to go for a 12-minute Baron, but the balls on Trace Esports cannot be understatement, man. It's understated.
And I love that they have still enough vision to make that call, right? I mean, you could say that it is a risky play, but there's a certain amount of safety that is involved with that, because Trace Esports, despite being behind, still has enough vision control to know that they can't take the Baron fast enough. They recognize where the players of Woohoo Gaming are, and they decide based on that fact. Because of that, look, the gold is dwindling down, and Woohoo have to start a fight.
There's it, the Hextech ultimatum, but he is able to get out of there. But there is a call up before John about to do away, but still on the back foot. He's now trying to get onto Rocky. He's successful. That's another 2 kills there. The burst coming in from Korn cannot be understated, and that just turned that fight around. That is a very good fight for Trace Esports. They even up that gold with 3 kills on their hands.
Yeah, Woohoo Gaming from the back with that engage. A little bit too far there, too far forward for Rocky. Didn't have any backup after that fight, and Trace Esports just make quick work off of that. Now down to 2. Gold lead out. Not existent anymore. In fact, it's Trace Esports that does have the gold lead.
What a swing.
And Woohoo down to 2. They don't have any wave clear either.
The momentum has swung so far into Trace Esports' favor after that Baron, and of course the team fight win. It was just so quick how everything happened. I really thought that Woohoo Gaming had the upper hand, but then, bam! Look at that. The drop in the gold graph, the difference, once again going to Trace Esports side. Even though the kills are, Woohoo Gaming have more kills, now they are starting to fall off a little bit. And you saw how much damage Korn was doing. The scaling is definitely going on for Trace Esports.
7,000 Baron power play there. And the 5,000 gold lead, now gone. On the other side of the map in the scaling composition. And will WHG have to find a pick-off here? That's the only way that they can win a team fight, if they find a straggler here on the side of Trace Esports. But the thing is, Trace Esports, they know that as well, which is why they're not leaving anyone behind, particularly keen on keeping their 2 ADCs alive. And they should be good to go here. Fate Sealed setup is all it's going to take, or maybe even perhaps an explosive cask here for TAC, but the fact of the matter is, they are the ones in control of this map now.
The control of Trace Esports is so good. And the way that they play from behind is just absolutely amazing. They knew exactly how to, mitigate this potential lead that Woohoo Gaming was getting with their macro, with their wave control, so that it wouldn't balloon out of control. And now that they've reached a point in the game where they are really strong, Korn is already level 14, and if he hits you with a missile, everything is going to hurt. There's a counter strike, and there might be a little bit of an engage here, but Trace Esports really just want to keep Woohoo Gaming away from the side of the jungle so that they can set up for Baron.
They could set up another. They could set up a trap instead here as well. There's so many options available for Trace Esports because they have so much more map control. Is very little vision for Woohoo in that Baron pit, so they have to respond to it in terms of manpower and in terms of brute force. But Woohoo Gaming, they're not out of it yet. Still definitely can look for a team fight, but as it stands, they can't stand a full front to back. They just don't have enough numbers, enough damage, enough front line for this because of the way their composition is built. And now Sani is a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, and he, TAC just ate quite a lot of that. There's the Fallen Forge, got onto 2. Sandy might have been a little bit too forward, but he was completely unpunished for it. Carryman getting ticked down to half his HP. Good chip there coming in for Yuri. And that is just what is so scary about Trace Esports now, is that they can keep you at arm's length with the poke from that Corki, from that Ezreal. And game, they have to commit things, but they have no call before you got to set this up. Their engage is basically non-existent. It's all on to Carryman or Wake Up if he gets a knock up with his headbutt move. But you know, it still is so dangerous for Wu Gaming. Look at how low Pan got just from Korn harassing him.
It's so rough. But Woohoo, they have to respond, and here comes the body
slam. Oh! That is huge, body slam and the explosive gas coming out, but Sadie was able to stasis out of it. There's a Fate Seal onto 2, but those are the 2 tankiest members. Woo! That is going to be a shutdown though, onto the Corki. Great stuff by Carryman. On the backside though, Wake Up trying to duel against Weiba, and Sadie gets jumped on. The counter strike will take him out. An opportunistic Jax here. That is Lee Sao. Carryman now trying his best to get back to there. The Camille was shut down. Weiba, and now it is just Lee Sao there. Carryman. Oh, I was gonna say he did a great job of surviving, but he did survive at the end of it. Pan almost getting taken down by Lee Sao as well. And Lee Sao with the counter strike almost still got that kill. It does go the way of Woohoo Gaming, but just barely.
Barely. That body slam engage was wonderful, but Woohoo Gaming turned it around so quick, protecting their key players so much. And more importantly, they stopped, they botched the Baron take and buy themselves a little bit more time. But, Gio, is more time beneficial for them is the question. I mean, yes, they stay alive for now, but they have to find a wipeout. They have to find a big objective to help them win this game, because as it stands, they still don't have the numbers to win this game for the moment. Their Lucian, so vulnerable, and he is one of the biggest winning conditions here for Woohoo. And you see just how quickly he went down earlier there in that fight. Now, in the Elder Drake fight, Trace Esports again have the upper hand here in terms of vision. Woohoo Gaming have to play reactively one more time, and they're the ones pressured. This is their game to lose now.
It really is. The pressure is on. The gold has swung a little bit into Woohoo Gaming's favor, but if they're gonna risk this Elder Drake take, they need to do it now, when Weiba isn't there. Weiba is not there yet. They have to burn it down quickly. But you know how fast these things can turn around as Rocky is there, and he does get the steal onto that. He secures, onto that Elder Drake, and they are on the chase. Lee Sao just a little bit more, and he gets executed by the Elder Drake, and it will be Carryman. Well, no, Pan who gets it with a Tormented Soil, and now the team fighting prowess is on the side of Woohoo Gaming. There's a Fate Sealed, but he goes golden in the middle of it all. His Fate and Soul, his Soul Unbound will come bring him back over to Carryman, as Wake Up was there as well. Although Pan did go down, it's still Woohoo Gaming who come out on top. A 3-4-1 exchange. And then they threaten Baron because it's just the 2 ADCs now.
Beautiful call right there from Woohoo Gaming, going for the Elder risk, and it paid off wonders for them, securing it early. Baron buff getting started now, and it's just 2 players from Trace.
Rocky, they know he's there, so they're going to be pelting him with this poke. No steal. Carryman smites it out this time. Call the Forge God just to threaten them, just to say, hey, how you doing? We'll have this back before the next fight anyway. But the Baron and the Elder Drake are now in the hands of Woohoo Gaming, and that is a huge power play for them.
Rocky, remember, is the one to secure that Elder Drake. Rocky, potential MVP run in this game after winning that laning phase in the Baron lane, now secures the Elder Drake, and it has been instrumental in the success here of Woohoo Gaming.
Look at that gold graph.
Exactly.
I love that.
It's all over the place, but Woohoo Gaming looking to end this on a high note as they march down the base of Trace.
Yep, the high notes can be reached here by Woohoo Gaming. They just need to be a little bit more a little bit more organized, a little bit more efficient in the way that they either engage or they siege, because they are going to be sieging. That's a good knockup onto Talk, but it is Talk, so he's very tanky. But so is Wake Up though. But Carryman coming in, he sets that kill up, and then they manage to get another kill, and it's actually going to be Woohoo Gaming taking out Trace Esports, just focusing on the Nexus. A 2-0 series for Woohoo Gaming, the underdogs of the series, and they actually might secure themselves a berth here in the playoffs.
Woohoo Gaming claw their way up from the 9th place and might actually have done it. They've taken down the Titans that are Trace Esports. They might have secured themselves a slot in the playoffs. We have to check at the end of the day, but that is
I don't think they know what happened either. Look.
that is a playoffs-worthy performance.
Oh yeah,
that is beautiful. 2-0 as well, on top of showing us brand new strats. Woohoo Gaming. That was just absolutely wonderful. I can't wait to see the stats here, but that last game, the performance from Rocky is definitely what pivoted that game in their favor.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Camille, absolute madman. Like, his Hextech ultimatum is just to delay so much or get a catch. And, you know, he was able to keep Weiba in check as well as Lee Sao. So, really, really big props to Rocky. But, you know, it also was kind of, I think, Sani and Carryman kind of doing a lot of the legwork as well, just behind Rocky, you know, to keep them afloat. And he was pretty reliable on that Morgana in terms of, you know, just being way clear, some consistent damage, but not really like looking for catches with a dark binding or the ultimate, or just really being a utility carry basically with the black shield. Really keeping his team safe and making them able to actually survive a lot of the onslaught that Trace Esports did.
And take a look at this. Who's rocking the most damage on the board? I'm sorry I doubted the Morgana pick here, Pan, but twice in a row Pan deals a ton of damage. I think Pan was the highest damage dealer as well in that last game, though, if I'm not mistaken, right? On that Lux. But holy, the players of Woohoo Gaming are performing on a different level tonight. I mean, you talk about Rocky's heroic, Sani's damage, and this time Pan with the Enchanters actually putting the most on the board. And now my question of who the MVP is Rox. I don't know if it's gonna be Pan or it's still gonna be Rocky, but it's the featured matchup here. Look, Rocky just absolutely dumpstering Lisa on that 1v1.
6-2 and 4 on the Camille. I think Rocky does deserve it, man. Carryman was pretty good there on that ribbon, keeping Rocky, you know, getting Rocky to that point basically where he was able to be a big force for the team. But it actually might also be Wake Up here, because he did do so much to set up those later fights for the team with his Call of the Forge Gods and those knockups. I mean, he got a knockup at the top that really set up the entire thing. But it will be Carryman on the ribbon. 4-3 and 9 here, his 4th MVP. And man, I feel like he does deserve that. A lot of that early game credit, I think, does go to Carryman, and that is how the rest of the team got ahead. So big props to him.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, he did set up, or majority of the time, he was the one setting up the plays here for the side of Woohoo Gaming. On top of the Black Shield is just so good most of the time here for Woohoo Gaming. So congratulations to them. A big win, regardless of whether they make it to playoffs or not. They certainly put up such a good performance here today.
Absolutely. And speaking of good performances, we have one more match to show you guys that will be a very good performance as we get out of this match and into that short break. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta play with the first.
欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后，那我们也是邀请到了Sunny来到我们的赛后采访。你好，Sunny，先跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WHG 中单 Sunny。
欢迎Sunny。那想问一下，因为2局其实总的看下来，你们打的是非常非常焦灼，但其实你们今天的团战是非常非常井井有条的。所以我想问一下，在第1局非常焦灼的环境下，你们是怎么去赢下那一波远古龙团，然后终结掉比赛的呢？
因为我们就是先靠狮子狗的第一个大招去确定寡妇的位置嘛，因为寡妇这个英雄被找到之后，就团战作用没有那么大，然后我们就站着中线，然后慢慢拉扯，等狮子狗第2个大招，然后他们最后觉得可能狮子狗大招好了就赢不了了，就 rua 龙，然后被我们预判到了，然后就赢了。
最后预判到了，也可以看得出来，其实，在非常焦灼的情况下，你们也是保持了一个非常冷静的头脑。所以，我想再问一下，狮子狗这个英雄是你们为了寡妇这个英雄特地去准备的一个秘密武器吗？
是的，算是我们队的一个压箱底吧。
压箱底也是在非常关键的比赛里面掏了出来。So the first question for him is like game 1 is really back and forth, and you end the game with a team fight around the Elder Dragon. How did you manage to win that? And his answer is like, well, actually, we just let our vanguard to secure their Evelyn's position, and once we find where the Evelyn is, we just push the wave, mid wave, and then make them lost their position, and we do the engage and we win that. And I asked him, is Rengar your secret weapon for Evelyn? And his answer is, yeah, we just prepare Rengar for this match. 那第2个问题想问一下，因为这个赛季其实3D 选手才正式的作为一名中单选手，然后在赛场上继续发光发热。那我想问一下，你对于自己在这个赛季最大的进步在哪里呢？
就是让自己不要那么浮躁嘛，因为作为上单的话，可能更多的是1换1盯住人，然后作为 C 位的话，转换为中单就是不能进行更多的1换1，就是围绕着团队大局，自己就是队友都死了，自己也不能死的这种方法去打吧。
更加的沉稳成熟了，也是打的虽然可能会保守一点，会要注意自己的输出位置，但同样的该打的输出还是不会少。So the second question for him is like, what would you say is the most improved aspect of yourself in this season? And his answer is like, well, actually, before in the last season, I was a solo laner and I just want to win the lane, and sometimes I will be reckless, but this season I just play more mature and just to keep myself safe and play around my team. 那第3个问题想问一下，因为最近杰拉这个英雄也是上线了，所以在你看来，杰拉这个英雄我们之后有没有可能在赛场上见到他？
我觉得有机会的，因为我们 AD 选手非常喜欢玩这些黑科技整活，所以感觉他之后应该会用到。
所以其实，在对于你们队来说的话，杰拉更多的可能会出现在下路，对不对？
是的。
那我们也是期待，可能到后面的比赛里面，WHG Gaming 能够为我们掏出一手下路的黑科技杰拉。那 the last question for him is like, is it possible for Zera to be picked in the future? And his answer is like, is yes, because their dual laner Pains really like to play this strange stuff like Zera, like Lux. So we do looking forward to it. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了。再次恭喜 WHG 拿下了自己非常关键的胜利，也是再次感谢Sunny来到我们的赛后采访。我们接。
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
Come to me, Siva.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
And we are back here for our final series of the day with Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 here. My name is Adam and I'm here with the one and only G10 for the one last matchup here, Gio. OMG versus Weibo Gaming after an action-packed day of so many things. I don't even know what word to describe it.
It has definitely been a journey. You know, we had two 2-0s already today. One that was, expected, and the other really, really unexpected. We thought, that Trace Esports was going to demolish Woohoo Gaming, but then Woohoo Gaming had other plans. They brought out the first Rengar of the season. They brought out, a very aggressive composition, a super early game comp in the game, and then they were able to 2-0 one of the strongest teams in the CN conference. So they're not like secured yet in the playoffs, but that definitely helps their case. Now, speaking of the playoffs, our next match definitely will also have a bearing because, again, it is one of the last chances here for one of our teams, Weibo Gaming, going up against, oh my god.
And remember, Weibo Gaming and Woohoo Gaming are neck and neck when it comes to the standings, right? And because Woohoo had a 2-0 in that last series, Weibo has to match that if they want to stay ahead in this battle for the last slot here in the slots for the playoffs. So it's a very, very big task up in their today, because it's Oh My God they're facing up against, right? Oh My God has got nothing to lose anymore, so they could do exactly what Woohoo Gaming did last game, which is pull out their comforts, try something new, and perhaps run away with the series. So it is still not an easy task here for Weibo.
Oh yeah, it definitely is one of those tests that they need to really take seriously. One of the teams that they really need to take seriously, because as said, nothing to lose, but also that doesn't mean that, they shouldn't be taken seriously. So they, Weibo Gaming, they are fighting. This is their last chance basically to get into the playoffs. So they really need to get a 2-0 here, or they, even if they win, they might not be able to make it to playoffs with a 2-1.
Head to head here between SMK and Faye, and Weibo, not necessarily the best of seasons, but not the worst either. They've had a lot of shining moments. They have been one thing's for sure, their roster is stacked with plenty of talent here in their roster. They have a lot of micro prowess, a lot of macro prowess, and when it comes to it, Weibo can go toe-to-toe against these big teams. Let's go to the host to
同样
introduce the
是需要
teams.
争夺名额的 WBG 今天表现如何，我们拭目以待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is your host. The coming up matchup will be Oh My God versus Weibo Gaming. WBG need to win the next 2 matches as well. Will OMG be their destroyer or their savior? Let's wait and see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Oh My God and Weibo Gaming.
今天送你们回家吃饺子喽！听说你们最近状态很猛，今天我会把你们打回现实。
All right, some good-natured trash talk from both of these guys.
Yeah. And remember, Oh My God, don't have a shot anymore in playoffs, right? So this is kind of just like a proving ground for them. This game is sort of them showcasing their talent for the prospects of potentially next season, and which means that that statement of them having nothing to lose is ringing even more true here for this squad. So this is, are they going to let Woohoo, or rather Weibo, have their shot at playoffs, or are they going to put up a fight? That's essentially the story here.
Yeah, they can play spoiler. But also Weibo, they just want to get that playoff spot. That is all they want to get in this match. So they will do everything they can to make it a 2-0. There definitely is a lot of pressure on their shoulders at the moment, but they should have at least a little bit of confidence going into this match, knowing that OMG is not going to be going to the playoffs at all. So there's a possibility for them to just maybe not play as seriously as if their tournament lives depended on it.
The walkouts of
our 射手选手登场
players,
in the dueling.
one by one.
OMG
KFA, the featured
WBG
matchup there earlier. Duan Yu has been performing really, really well in the past couple of matches, sometimes even turning games around single-handedly. And Weibo Gaming has proven themselves many a times. They went up against big teams. Nova, they secured a series in a 2-1 fashion. They almost won the series against KBG. It was very, very close. Another 2-1 there. And when it comes to it, even straight Esports 2-1. When it comes to these big teams, Weibo can keep toe-to-toe with them. But sometimes they find the magic, sometimes they don't. And Weibo, that's put them in a very precarious spot here, number 8 in the seeding in the leaderboard. So now it's very much like that last game, right? Where I don't think they expected to be fighting for their lives this late into the series. So it's got a certain level of pressure attached to it.
Yep, there is that little amount of pressure that can be felt here. But before we, dive into all that pressure-filled games in the series that we're gonna get to, we do have the fight for side. Once again, ladies and gents, it's an Aram on Howling Abyss. All 5 players have random champions, and whoever wins gets to pick what side they want to start on.
And I don't know about the certainty of the statistic here, but do you know if is it more often than not that who wins in the fight for side also wins the game? I mean, there's got to be some sort of statistic about that, right?
There has to be, but because it's there is a reason to there is a reason to pick the blue side for most CN conference team. They do like having that freedom to ban.
That's true.
Usually on the red side, you have to sacrifice 2 bans to Heck or Malevolent, because those are really champions that, unless you have a strategy, you do not want to just randomly give your opponent, right? Because they're just really, really strong. Even though the Evelyn we saw today did not really do that well, but still, it is definitely an advantage going on to blue side. But that doesn't mean that teams haven't started red side and then won. There is some there is kind of a statistic there as well on CN teams that have picked the red side and then won that match. That's mainly, I think, due to their strategy.
Of course. Let's wait and see if Woohoo Gaming, or rather Weibo Gaming, can secure that slot for themselves, that opening or that liberty of picking their side. Because, oh my god, gonna be able to turn things around on this era match. I don't think we've seen, you know what champion I don't think we've seen here in Aram?
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a Teemo.
I've seen one. Was it either during this week or last week? There was a Teemo that we saw in the Howling Abyss. Did not really do too well. Teemo's not that great. Just in general, he's really more of that meme champion. Sorry for all you Teemo mains, but
I think they know more than anyone how much of a meme champ Teemo is.
They know. They definitely do. So I do want to see him, though. Everybody wants to see him come out in either competitive or just even in an Aram, just to see, this is the mascot of League of Legends.
Oh, Faye goes in with a snowball, triggering the all-out disengage right there from a Weibo. OMG actually shuts down Wawa there, who goes back in for that pulverize combo. Good, he backing off for now. Yeah, no full engagement yet.
Yeah, no full engagement, nothing doing. Oh god, that is a little bit aggressive there coming in from Zihan, but that will result in his death. I don't think Duan Yun fan were ready to follow up there.
Wow, again, setting up another play with the death push here. Just have the pulverize available. Goes for the Hex Flash, and Faye goes back into the fight, but he is a little bit tanky as the Camille. Hook shot still available, goes back into the fight, and Faye gets the shutdown there. Wawa. And the inside the X-Tech ultimatum has got nowhere to run, and it's down to Inyan and SMK now as Weibo just shuts down that engage from Wawa.
Yeah, Wawa, he had a really good chance there, but the shutdown. Oh god, the shutdown. Speaking of, Pichan getting sniped out. I really like this double AD composition that they have going on.
Oh, White Cat goes in. Noxian Gilligan triggered a little bit too early, but the apprehend starts the fight immediately. Weibo Gaming running for the hills as the hero's entrance used up by Gekian all the way down from the base as Weibo goes back in for the re-engage. Gekian with the two-man taunt rather. But Wawa is a little bit tanky. White Cat too, and that's a double knock-up on the pulverize as Faye's in a little bit of trouble. Zihan a little bit too far forward as well. Faye with the snowball gets destroyed. That's a shutdown coming through from OMG.
Great shutdowns come in. OMG now have really an aggressive line of play here, but they can always just keep Weibo guessing back. The Corky and the Zaya are always just going to poke him out. Look at Ji-Chan, he's just not having the best of times. Zihan once again trying to go in, gets apprehended. My god.
Nicely played there by White Cat, but still goes down either way. OMG. And they push on forward. They have so much wave glee here and so much team fighting prowess that Weibo can't really push on forward yet. They have to get the jump, get the team fight. Here comes the Super Mega Inferno Bomb as Yeah, actually inside of that version, a little bit too far behind as it just punch connects onto Wawa. That's their initiator gone here on the Alistar. Flash forward into the Vault Breaker, and 15 almost goes down, but the turnaround is beautiful for OMG. They take down the Vi instead, but it's 2-for-1 exchange as 15 goes down either way in the hands of Weibo. White Cat looking for another apprehend play, but doesn't have his teammates yet. Just gonna go in for a little bit of wave clear on that first ability.
Yep, and that first ability is going to, yeah, at least keep the wave at bay. Great turnaround there from Weibo Gaming. And White Cat, I think he, oh god, hey, once again, why?
I think he just wants to reset after that back. I mean,
yeah,
but Weibo, they're all resetted up. A lot of HP. The White Cat, on the other hand, only has around 150 HP, so here comes the Justice Punch. Nice read from SMK. Flashes backward. Gekkian gets punished. And what a counterplay that was. SMK stays alive. A little bit of a victory standoff there in the middle of the lane as White Cat down to 1 HP as well. Flashes forward. As this time he gets destroyed. That's a nice punish from Weibo Gaming. As OMG doesn't have as much damage as they hoped for now. Zihua charging up the Vault Breaker, gets the connection. Actually doesn't, but
really.
A 15 stays alive because of that. That's a SIMB dodged by 15's ulti. And now that leaves Inyan all alone there. Has to jump behind as Weibo marches on 5-man strong.
He's fine though. Very, very much alive and well. Still gets that health bot as well. OMG, their survival instincts are really activated right now. Inyan, even though he was super low earlier, will just try to go in now with the Void Assault. Unfortunately gets shut down with the Cease and Desist. Now Halba on the back of the fight. The Ziggs has also been picked off there. Now SMK gets in and trying to get a kill onto Faili. Auction Guillotine onto Galio, takes him down.
Yeah, beautiful package there from SMK. Actually splits up the fight into 2. A ton of damage as well. Flash forward with a Vault Breaker from Zihan. Dodges the apprehend as well. Zihan playing that to perfection. Buys a little bit of time for their first tower. Gets Cease and Desist onto the Zaya, and Zihan goes in for more, but the Auction Guillotine keeps him at bay. So he is now out. Duan Yu gets flashed on by White Cat. That is the Guillotine decapitating him. But Fan actually keeps his team at play there as Weibo keeps the turn alive actually.
Yeah, that is a very good play from Weibo. I mean, that is kind of what Ziggs really does in Aram, right? He just keeps things, clears waves, keeps your turret safe, and takes the enemy turret out as easy as possible. And Fan has been really utilizing him quite a lot, especially that one explosive grenade, sorry, not the bouncing grenade. With that one bouncing grenade that killed 2 members of OMG, he's gotta hurt now as the Ziggs.
Not to mention they do have the Varus as well, so have the long range in execution damage. And here comes OMG, they're looking to potentially set up a dive here. Wawa moving up, and here comes the hook shots into that Hextech ultimatum as Spade going on with a little bit of backup coming through from that hero's entrance. Gekkian flashes backward as 15 gets jumped on by 2 different players, but he's still alive and not for long as Ignite takes him down. SMK flashes behind and he's safely behind turret lines, but Wawa left alone in front of the tower as Weibo take a couple of kills, but they're all down to 1 HP. Nice little counter punch there on the Justice Punch as Gekkian keeps Wawa down. That's 1 for 1. Vault Breaker flash, Zihua, that's perfection right there. As they take down the first turret here of OMG, Weibo gets the ace of the game.
That is a really decent ace there coming out. And oh god, why are you out there? But yeah, I thought Inyan could at least do something. Fortunately, was you know, he was able to do one thing, but he still was taken out. And now I think OMG have a really decent chance of actually winning this if they can keep 15 and SMK safe, but it's just so difficult for them to even push afterwards as long as either, you know, Duan Yu or Fan are up.
Weibo though, making that ace very efficient. They take a couple of towers down, and now everyone's full HP here. Faye goes in. Shot is available. He does use the Exegol to make him onto Inyan. Now nowhere to go on the Cockroach as he does not go down. 1 HP left on the Kazakhs though, means that he won't be able to participate in this next coming team fight. Faye half HP, can still look for an engagement with the hook shots. But Weibo Gaming actually looking to set up to deny Wawa instead. So Revolt Breaker used Season Assist onto the core key, and SMK flashes behind to safety. And Jekian goes back into the fight, taunt into the flash, shuts down the core key, and now he's down to 1. The turnaround coming through from Weibo. Can they keep themselves into this fight? Turns out they can. 4-man strong. Zihan down to 1. Execute onto Zaya, and another ace in the belt for Weibo. This could be the game here, Gio.
Yeah, that could be, because the Beth timers are still pretty long. And that was just absolutely beautiful. That was on the back of Dwan Yu and Fan. Their placements, their skill shots were just absolute perfection there. The rain of arrows into the piercing arrow. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there by Weibo Gaming to secure themselves that side selection priority.
There you go. Potentially gonna be a blue side pickup here for Weibo. And I've just got confirmation that there you go, Weibo will be starting on the blue side on this best of 3. I wonder if we're gonna be seeing anything new here. Remember, they're fighting for their life in the playoffs.
Yes.
Will
yes,
they pull? Will they pull?
Will they do a woohoo?
A woohoo, exactly. A Rengar? A Yasuo, perhaps? We haven't seen a tanky Yasuo in a bit, no?
Yeah. We have seen some Yasuos, but mainly, yeah, they in the mid lane, especially. I think yesterday Nian played Yasuo in the mid lane twice. One time he won, the other time, you know, they got actually absolutely demolished. But you know, you're right. We do not see a lot of tank Yasuos. I wish we did though, because those are really annoying to play against, especially if he's really good with his skill samples. Because AD Yasuo is one thing, right? You get bursted, you expect that, but he has a weakness. He is very squishy. But if you build tank Yasuo, you can just keep dashing around. You dash around the minions, getting those Steel Tempests, setting up his last breath, and really doing a lot of delays for his team to get there. And if he has, something like a Bloodthirster, maybe, or a Gore Drink or something like that, can really keep himself alive for so long while doing a lot of damage to you if you're squishy.
That's the thing that a lot of people don't account it for. Tanky Yasuo still does a fair decent amount of damage as we go into the draft phase now. Weibo on blue, OMG on red side. First bans coming through. It is immediately the Camille and the Vladimir. And Weibo, wow, they're prioritizing a lot of the mid laners here against OMG.
They really do not want SMK to get on his comfort champions. And, Vladimir is also just a really, really, really good mid laner this meta. That's so... Yeah, there's so much respect being given onto SMK right now. But a lot of respect on the other side given onto the Baron and jungler here, Zihan and Fan. So I feel like they will be picking up a rank. So now the Hecarim and the Evelyn still up. One of them is going to be banned out. I think the other will go through, or both of them can be banned out if OMG doesn't want that Hecarim, because I really thought they were setting up for either one of them being let go. So yeah,
Gragas could be up for contest here. Weibo can go for the Zoe, given that they have prioritized a lot of those mid lane champs. They could go for something else entirely here, but Zoe as a blind pick I think is a little bit risky. So they should be feeling pretty confident if they lock this Zoe up. And there you go. There you have it. Zoe picked up for first here. Meanwhile, on the other side, the OMG, I think, have the liberty of prioritizing their bottom side now. Support, tanky support perhaps. And that Zeri would make a ton of sense for them to lock up here.
True. 15 is a pretty decent Zoe player, I would say. But the important thing about Zeri is if you pick her early, you can always flex her into either the dragon or the mid lane. So this is something that gives OMG some flexibility, some freedom to pick between, unless they pick up this Irelia, because that is a pretty clear signal. Irelia doesn't go anywhere but mid pretty much these days. But I think it is a little bit more stable for them to pick up this Kha'Zix even as early as now.
There you go. Makes a lot of sense, of course. jungling side, Hecarim, Evelyn, Bandon out, Aatrox out as well. So it seems like Weibo will be prioritizing the Ornn instead. Bit of tanky option. Our Ornns, they have been very, very impactful, setting up these team fights and providing a lot of assistance to their teams.
I mean, the Call of the Forge God is just such a good ultimate. And in this meta of engaged supports, it is one of the best skills in the entire game when it comes to those late game fights, right? So now they will be supplementing that damage with some more damage. With the Lucian being picked up here for the bot lane, Duan Yu going to show us how he boogies in the early game. But we were just talking about this. We were just talking about Yasuo coming out. Would have been really good against the Zoe because of that wind wall. That's usually where we see Yasuo's picked into as a counter to that mid lane Zoe. But if they pick up Sona here, this is really, really good. Me and Audilus were just talking yesterday, pretty much all day, about how good Sona is right now. Did you know she has a something like a 60% win rate in ranked games right now in Wild Rift, ever since the rework. So she is just taken over the meta. In the ranked games, she has been really decent in a lot of most of the games that she has been here in the WRL-A. I remember seeing one game where there was a team with a Sona that had a 9,000 gold deficit. I think it was either EDG or either EDG or was it Thunder Talk that had the Sona? But anyway, one of them had a Sona and we're down 9,000 gold, right? Big team fight happens. The Sona just gives so many stats, so much healing, and and damage to their teammates with that new Disco Ball ultimate that they were able to turn that fight around, climb back from a 9,000 gold deficit, and that is just the power of giving such raw stats to high damage carries like Zeri and Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I was about to point that out as well. Really, really good synergy between the Sona and that Zeri, of course. So it's going to be a painful thought to deal with here for Weibo. But they do have the liberty of the early game prowess, the solution. So again, it's going to boil down to a lot of the execution here for Weibo. Bans coming out, a lot of the junglers locked on out away. So I wonder what Weibo are going to prioritize this time. Kha'Zix for OMG. Aatrox out for the count as well. Garen?
Hey, Garen.
Oh, there you go. Hey,
we haven't seen him pick quite a lot.
Yeah. 4% pick rate.
Yeah. That is still a decent number of games considering how many games we've had already in this league. But I kind of agree with it. It is a really, really stable top laner. Just lets things slide off of him like water off a duck's back, and it will be Wawa picking up the Garen, as it's going to be a Gwen mid lane. White Cat. My bad. I was looking at it the wrong way. I was looking at the things the wrong way. White Cat's the one picking up the Garen, and the Gwen in the mid lane, obviously. 15 on that Zeri. I think it's going to be a very explosive game.
Oh yeah.
But the power spike timings are quite different between these two teams, so that could be the difference maker here.
Do have to say I'm loving this comp from Weibo Gaming. They all essentially have their own engaged tools. You got an Ornn, got a Zoe, a Jax, and a Shyvana that just wants to jump into the fight, and I think that really complements each and every one of these champions' playstyles very, very well. It seems like they have a very cohesive plan, and the problem with that is it might not be the easiest of stuff to execute, but it's an all-in type of comp, and I'm absolutely loving that from Weibo Gaming. Absolutely reflective of their character as a team. OMG, I would say they have a little bit more flexibility in their composition. Kha'Zix is going to be there. Ton of damage on the Zeri and the Gwen, and that Sona that's been terrorizing the solo queue side. But I would have to say I'm favoring Weibo's comp a little bit more because it seems like they have the more cohesive plan of the two.
Oh yeah, they do have a very well laid out plan that you can see from the get-go from Champ Select. So there is a lot that can go wrong still, because look at the scaling this time of of Weibo gaming or of OMG, they have, quite a bit of ways to get into, these late game fights. They just don't really have a solid engaged champion is the problem that I see with OMG's composition.
That's true.
But yeah, Weibo, they have such a well laid out game plan that OMG will need to find ways to get around it.
And the thing about comp of OMG though is they're all very self-sufficient champions. Right? You got Garen, Gwen, Kha'Zix. These are all great 1v1 champs, which is showing in the screen right now how much FaZe is struggling despite being the range in the matchup. Which is potentially what they're going to be playing off here. Fake ops, just side lanes, perhaps splitting up the map, and avoid team fights as much as possible. But it's an inevitability anyway, so Weibo has to play towards those team fighting part of the game.
Yeah.
But for now, it is still
late
just
stage.
a gentleman's agreement. Like, no early game shenanigans between the two junglers.
Yeah, which is kind of weird that it's this time where they kind of have that little bit of a truce, that gentleman's agreement, as you said, because a lot of the time we see these, or at least today we have seen quite some shenanigans coming out at level 1 in the first couple levels, something like that, between the junglers, and we could be seeing some. As Fan is the first one to get to that Skull Crab. Man, Shyvana's clear speed is just insane. It is insane. I love that. And then Inyan just now finishing off the Gromp will probably head over to that top side. I don't think he's gonna check the... Well, he is on the route, so he might check the bottom scuttle, but he should already be going towards that top scuttle to contest it.
I'm excited to see just how the Sona is going to perform against Weibo, against such an aggressive comp here. But so far, nothing too aggressive put out here by the bot lane duo of Weibo. Unlike in previous solution attempts we've seen where pre-level 5 even, we've seen a lot of the skirmishes already. Maybe perhaps they're waiting for just the culling and the Horn of the Forge God, which is, of course, a huge power spike here for the bot side. But I could say the same for the Zeri-Sona combo. Fan making his way towards that area of White Cat, but immediately gets spotted out. So it seems like the trend of both junglers just jungling going to continue on for now.
Junglers do be jungling. That's that's what they're made for. That's the rule. That's the thing. But I really feel like OMG should be abusing that kind of early game slump that Shyvana has to, find her in the jungle. Gap her, especially your Kha'Zix. You have that isolation damage. You should be trying to find the Shyvana and bring the fight to her when she is not scaled up yet, because later on, Shyvana becomes a late game monster. Literally a monster in her dragon form.
But it's gonna be really hard to track where Shyvana is, right? You said it yourself. Insane amounts of clear speed, which is why it's hard to keep track, because you can't... Typically, the way you keep track of enemy junglers is where you are at is potentially where they're at right now, right? For example, if I'm at the red buff, it's potentially at the blue buff, or the red buff as well. But because the wave clear speeds are different, it's really hard to predict where the Shyvana is going to be. And OMG...
That's just called game sense.
Yeah, OMG potentially, or almost certainly knows that, which is why they're not even bothering finding out where the Shyvana is for Weibo Gaming. So
yeah, but also there's that element of, being risk averse. You don't want to be too risky, especially in a game or in a match that, matters as much as this.
I think like Indian has found a little bit of an inkling of where Weibo's players are at. Blue buff getting secured. Nothing yet too aggressive, and Fan, all things considered, this is favoring Fan, because remember, he's the one who has the weaker early game, and now that early game is arguably done. You could essentially look for fights here. Sheen activated, Drake spawning up in just 20 seconds, and take a look at who's first to the scene. Weibo already asserting their vision here. They could actually look for a dive here, because remember, Shyvana Ornn, a lot of dive potential. But no, it seems like Gekian is just assisting that mid lane instead. Knock up connects. That's Wahwa in a little bit of trouble, but not too big of a worry for now, as Rift Shell getting started by OMG. Instead, Inyan already in the pit. White Cat responding in kind there as they get the knock up onto Wawa. Call the Force God gets the knock up onto the Sona, but it's just a little bit too fast for that Ornn as the Drake secured this time by the Shiv. And OMG get their Rift Herald, so it is a trade of objectives.
Yep, trade of objectives, no kills yet. Just a little bit of feeling out here, but there could be kills.
Snip, snip. Connects onto the Wan Yu. That is the needle work, but here comes Fan for the backup, and there's just nowhere to go for the Gwen. And that's Weibo. First blood on the board.
Yep, Wawa was a little bit too far to be able to respond to that, but that was a really good flank coming in from that Shyvana. Look at where he was coming from. He goes for the Dragon's Descent from the back of SMK. He went through that tower, and you know, once the Shyvana was in the Gwen's face, couldn't really do all too much.
Oh, Sleepy Trouble connects onto Wawa. Actually, unfortunately, the ping pong just off time by a little bit there by Faye. Doesn't connect a lot of damage onto Wawa, but it does keep her at bay for now. The Sona, I mean. Rift Herald not popped yet for the moment. So, no turrets going down yet. But a very, very slow start to this game with Weibo with a little bit of a gold lead. Around 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it is quite slow, but yeah, the lead from Weibo Gaming is starting to show. And OMG may be looking for a diver, but yeah, just pop that Void Assault to put down the Rift Herald so that they can, you know, get these blades. Not get the tower, not quite yet because they didn't really do all too much damage for it, but I thought that was going to be more than it was. I thought that was going to be a gang.
I thought so too, but apparently not. Weibo taking things very, very slowly, very safely. And at some point, you have to wonder, when is Weibo going to pull the trigger? You talk about the engage potential that this comp has. You talk about the scaling that is arguably even at this point, but the fact of the matter is they have to start looking for fights. Have to use their tools here to make the most out of it. And Duan Yu definitely still has a huge advantage in this bot lane matchup as the Lucian.
Look at that patience. Fan just hiding out there, just chilling, waiting for the push to come in. White Cat knows something's up because that Lucian would not be pushing that hard if there wasn't somebody that was you know, going to pounce out. He was a call of the Force God.
It's a connect. Actually denied by SMK. Perfect timing there. It's just going to be used to clear up the wave for now in that top side. And Weibo happy with that first tower on the board. Actually, really good job for Weibo. They didn't take the Rift Herald, but they were the ones who take the first tower. So, amazing job from them.
Yeah, that gives them a pretty good lead in gold.
Knock up connects onto the Gwen. SMK in a little bit of trouble. Duan Yu is already here. They're calling denied. As Wawa is around the area as well. No one going down, but a switcheroo of lanes means that potentially Weibo can up for a second tower here on the top side.
That is most probable. Fan though, he's gonna find White Cat, chase him off right here. As you know, he does want to give Zihan a little bit of love, a little bit of support in that lane because he's so efficient at farming, and just all of his camps pretty clear pretty much all the time. He has a lot of time to just help out push lanes, get some map control going, which is really what you want in that Shyvana because that does help your macro. It helps your laners get ahead.
Oh, here comes the jump in from Inyan. Finally finds the first kill for himself. He shuts down the enemy Zoe. That's really well executed there for Inyan. And the junglers, they're coming online here. Yeah.
Yes, they are. That is exactly what we want to see. Great gank there by Inyan. So much distance can be covered by a Kha'Zix, and that was, I think, technically isolated. And of course, that's a lot of damage. With that kill, it only accelerates how much that Kha'Zix is going to hurt as we get further into this game. But in just a few seconds, in about 15 seconds, the Mountain Drake is going to spawn up. That's going to be the next point of contention here for these two teams. So you can see they are setting up towards it.
Yep, they are. White Cat is here. He's all alone for now. And in a front-to-back team fight, I think... I can't say for sure who has the upper hand because there's a ton of CC, a ton of damage on both sides. White Cat. Sleepy Trouble doesn't connect. But Gekian is holding the line for now. Blue buff secured by Inyan, so they know that he's around the area as the Drake spawns up. White Cat providing that meat shield assistance to their team. As Weibo Gaming actually struggling to decide, are they going to split push? Are they going to go for the engage? Seems like they're going to go for the earlier. and let the Drake not get taken for now.
Yeah, it was completely free.
Yeah.
Somehow, the Drake was just given over to Weibo Gaming, no contest from OMG whatsoever. I feel like, that front line really just intimidated Inyan, knowing that he couldn't jump that far without Jijen just holding that line and trying to CC him as soon as he jumped. So
it's an awkward engagement. Jekian does not get the knockup, but OMG doesn't have enough damage to shut down Jekian for now, so they're both gonna back off and that's slowly walking away. White Cat though spots where that Ornn is. So feeling pretty confident enough that he can survive. Here comes the call of the Forge God onto the Garen. Doesn't get the connection, but calls upon the attention of Hua here. Duan Yu, I don't think has enough damage yet, so back to
the drawing board.
Drawing board for both teams, but Weibo somehow, some way has a 3,000 gold lead.
Yep, it is pretty much because of their macro, the way that they have been controlling these lanes, using that Shyvana to help out and control, get these towers, control some lanes. It is because they're so good at roaming around the map, even though OMG are the ones who are hunting them down or trying to hunt them down for the Kha'Zix. But, that almost kind of doesn't matter in those late game fights as long as that zone is alive, because Wawa is just such a stat bomb for the entire team that even with that gold lead, Weibo Gaming may still mess up a fight if OMG is in it long enough for that Sona to really be super effective.
And that's the thing about Sona as well, right? She's kind of a scaling support too. The longer the game goes on, the more effective she becomes. It deals actually a really good amount of damage on top of providing a ton of utility for their team.
Yeah.
So
the stun as well.
Yep, really good here. So scaling, as far as scaling goes, OMG are in a pretty good spot, I would say. So Gekian pressured to find an engagement still. On here has max stacks on their passive, so Fan can actually use the Dragon's Descent. Watch out, SMK is going to be contesting for the blue buff, but here comes Inyan going in with...
He's going in?
No, he's not going in for
He's
the
going
fight.
out.
It's just the blue buffs. Nuts.
Don't risk your life for a blue buff.
Here comes the Herald of the Forge God. White Cat down to around 40% HP as Duan Yu chips him down. And that is not going to be much justice used at all because Duan Yu is going to be destroying him. Meanwhile, SMK on the other side of the map will be jumped on by two as Weibo find a couple of stragglers. And there's no answer back.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming is just really putting so much pressure on these on these lanes that, OMG are forced to make a decision that is either hesitant or really doesn't benefit them, or they make a decision too late. So, I can see a lot of hesitation coming from OMG and not a lot of commitment here. So that does mean that Weibo Gaming is going
in, but the smite steal is going to be there. But the question is, can they survive this fight? Weibo looking for blood, but Faye doesn't connect the Sleepy Trouble. Here comes Inyan still in the bush, but what a steal right there for OMG. Inyan with a hero play.
The hero, Inyan. He came in, he got the smite, and almost got out. But, did he get out? Because that is wonderful. He smited it at the exact right time. Yeah, he was able to flash out of there. Good stuff. Ben, they're the ones getting a red zone once again.
God, this time from Gekian gets a knockup onto White Cat. Do they have enough damage to shut down this Jaren? That is the Dragon's Descent coming through, and a flash forward from Fan as well to try and whittle out this backline. But 15 is running for the hills. Faye chips down a little bit too much damage for himself. Zihan in mid lane there. So Weibo unable to punish OMG there as they're the ones getting destroyed in these skirmishes. Barely surviving Zihan with 1 HP. But OMG, that Baron Steel really was a lifeline for them.
It really was. They have a tiny bit of breathing room where Weibo Gaming won't be as aggressive, but they have to fight this dragon. They cannot risk that Dragon Soul going towards Weibo Gaming because that will just accelerate this game so much that that Baron play wouldn't really matter as much as it should have. Is Inyan, he's the one starting it off. He knows how important this is, so he's gonna try to sneak it out.
Here comes Gekian finally discovering, gets a double knock up, but that is still going to be the break in favor of Inyan there. OMG secures the dragon, but can SMK survive? Needlework activated, and he gets jumped on by 3 people there for Weibo. Finally, they find a little bit of punishment, but that's another objective in the hands of OMG here.
Yeah, with that Baron was denied. The Dragon Soul was denied. Weibo Gaming. Now it is possible to take them down later on in the game because it would have been a really tough.
Oh, dash into one you a little bit too risky there, but stays alive because of the Golden Forge God. Wow, flashes to safety as White Cat has to do the same as well. Weibo, despite losing the objective, still win the fights and take a turret. They could potentially look for this inhibitor turret as well, as long as the minions spawn up in time. But here comes Inyan trying to hold the line. Gekian doesn't get any knockups, but Inyan has got nothing to stop this push. That's the first inhib turret for Weibo.
Great stuff there by Weibo Gaming, getting that first inhib turret, pushing in so hard every single time they see OMG on the map. They try to go for it. That is a very ballsy move there. I really like that kind of playstyle because that just, again, puts so much pressure onto OMG that it becomes so difficult for them to make a good decision.
And it feels really suffocating to play as OMG right now, right? Despite the fact that they take these objectives, still can't win these fights. It's slowly turning into a Weibo game. And it feels like there's not much they can do about it. Because Weibo are just out-macroing them, out-maneuvering them at every single turn. It's okay though. Getting sneaky. Zihan is just around that bottom side. But I don't think he's confident that he can win this fight against this Jax. Level 14, by the way. At the late game, there's not a lot of things that can go in the way of a Jax.
Yeah, as the scale has started, it is just a very difficult champion to try to go up against in those late game fights, especially when he's the one who's trying to engage with his counter strike. So, you know, it's, the longer this game goes on, the scaling is just going to be insane. But
Super Trouble connects on 2-1. That's White Cat. No follow-up yet so far. But OMG, they're doing a pretty good job of sticking together. But Weibo, will they engage? They have the Jack split pushing, so it's a 4v4 potentially. White Cat is looming around the corner. Wawa ult act is available. Not going in for the fight. Baron is available. Yeah, Jax is just pushing. They can just buy time.
Yeah, and I don't think that White can actually 1v1 the Jax. So it becomes a game of chicken. Like, are you going to stay on this Baron or are you going to prevent the Jax from taking your inhibitor?
Oh no, OMG. They take nothing. I mean, they take the Jax, but that's it. Baron buff secured this time by Weibo with Gekian, the only one holding the fort, only one standing in the way between the two teams. And now they're looking to take the Elder Dragon as well. It's a 4v5 though, so Weibo got to be careful off of this. They have the Baron, not the Elder Jet, so don't really have a big advantage going into this fight. White Cat down to 50% HP. Gekian can get the knockup onto SMK, but White Cat has been dwindled down to 200, and OMG as well is already getting scattered. Faye down to 1. That's a jump in from Inyan, but the call to push gun turned things around. And here comes Gekian with Fan. Dragon's Descent activated. The 1U into the back line stays very, very safe. But Weibo not pushing any further because they don't have the Jax. They turn their sights towards the Drake. That is the Elder Drake now. But OMG, this is a fight they could win. Weibo, they don't have a lot of their ults available anymore. And that's Smite going to be so going in the way of the Shyvana. Fan secures it. And here comes the calling coming through from Weibo as they clean house. And this should be the game for Weibo Gaming.
That is 100% the game. Great stuff there by Zihan Fan. G-Chan just keeping the enemy occupied while while Fan was burning down that Elder Drake, and because of that they were able to decisively win a team fight, take game number 1.
Textbook playstyle there for Weibo. A ton of discipline. They just played to their strengths. Not really giving a lot of avenue for OMG there to make the most out of their comp. And I have to say, despite the fact that it wasn't the most fruitful of early games on that bot side, I think the Lucian pick still was very successful against the Zeri Sona combo.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think it all comes down to that skill being displayed there on the side of Weibo Gaming. Not to say that, you know, OMG weren't skilled, but they just, even with the hero steals, the hero plays coming from Inyan, they just were not able to match up, even with the Sona helping out, to the composition and the game plan that Weibo Gaming had, because they prioritized those objectives so much. It really was just because, and also again, the pressure that they were exerting on OMG to make them make a decision, and a lot of times that decision turns into a mistake that can be exploited by Weibo Gaming. So big props to Weibo for kind of basically dictating the entire flow of the game.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem lies here with the composition of OMG. I mean, we talk about the definitive plan that Weibo had into this team fight, which was go in, look for team fights. OMG, they had very strong picks, but if they don't win the lanes, there's not much that they can do. So Weibo, the game plan was just don't let them get any kills in the laning phase, and once the laning phase was over, take as many fights as they can. And for Weibo, it felt almost too simple, but that's all they did, play the long game, and it worked out wonderfully for them. I mean, there was not a single time where the team fight was in favor of OMG because they don't have the tools for team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the difference here in the gold difference in the tower difference, 6 towers to 1. And when Ziha, hit that late game Jax, it was on like Donkey Kong for this guy. A very difficult fight to have come back from for OMG. Even they got some objectives. They got the one Drake, the last one to deny the soul, and they also got the seal onto the Baron. But at the end of the day, just was not enough because they really didn't have a comp that did enough to engage on the onto the team of Weibo Gaming. Because look at that, they have basically 0 engage in their entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way they nullified the Garen pick as well. I mean, I think this goes to show you that Garen is not as strong as he once was, as there's not a lot of room to be or claimed by the pickup Garen this time for OMG. So I think they have to fix a lot of stuff in their composition, particularly with what they're trying to achieve with their comps. Because as it shows, individual strong picks just aren't enough against the likes of Weibo.
Yeah, you need to have a concrete plan in place for your team fight, and that really starts at how much engage you have. But Van will be picking up the MVP, his 7th MVP in the tournament for that Shyvana. And man, look at that damage items being built. The Malmor Yasarix gauge, just full bruiser Shyvana, so difficult to take down when she's in that Dragon's Descent. Such a big target, but also like you're scared to get in front of her because she can just shred you down with that twin bite.
Yeah, and it's so hard to shut down that damn Shyvana, right? She deals a ton of damage while being super tanky as well. So props to Weibo, beautifully done. A lot of discipline just shown by Weibo. When we go back, it is the second game of the series. Can Weibo close it out, or is there more fight left back in OMG? We'll find out after this break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
What's up, ladies and gents? Welcome back. G10 here with Datum. It is now match point here for Weibo Gaming. Let's get into the picks and bans. Can they get this 2-0? What do you think, Datum?
If they perform the same way, I think they absolutely can, because Weibo, they have a ton of talent under their belt, and you could see just how versatile this composition or this roster is for Weibo. So I think the bigger question is, can OMG stretch this series? But remember, the storylines here are Weibo have to sweep them 2-0. They want a chance of keeping their playoff spot. So I think that's the bigger picture here for Weibo Gaming. They have no room to play with here, because even if they win this series, I don't think they can make it into playoffs here. So yeah, it's a very,
if they don't 2-0, yeah,
it's a very, very risky spot to be in for Weibo. And will the players crack under that pressure is another question entirely.
It is very possible, but you know, these guys, they do train for this exact situation here. Their mental is strong, their resolve is strong to make it through the playoffs. So, you know, the Weibo Gaming will be doing everything in their power. But they did leave the Hecarim unbanned. They may be planning to play it.
Well, Aatrox this time will be prioritized by OMG. Not something that we saw in that last game. Remember, OMG with a very peculiar comp in that last game.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't necessarily a bad comp per se. It was something that we don't see a lot of, especially with the Sona, freshly buffed, freshly revamped here. But the Zoe is locked up with on top of the Hecarim, so Weibo going a completely different route as well. And a lot more standard, I would say, for OMG side.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty standard. But I do think that the Hecarim Zoe is just a really, really powerful combination when we get to that later phase of the game. So much disruption for the Hecarim, and of course the Zoe is just so annoying to deal with when you are just, you know, trying to posture for something, trying to you know, dragon dance or something like that, because she just she makes you please
here. Okay.
Yeah, another disappointment in my esports career.
I love how we both sighed at the same time. A sigh of disappointment. Aw, no Trinda.
Don't tease us like that, man. Come on.
No Trinda.
Come on, Mark Trindamere Merrill, please.
But the Jax a little bit more on the expected side of things here. Actually, no Camille. Aatrox secured as well. So Jax is the next best thing when it comes to counters.
I mean, it worked.
Yeah, it worked.
It worked before.
Why
fix what's not broken?
Ace banned on out. A couple of well, it's actually going to be the bot side duo to be, or the bot side ADCs that are missing here for this last rotation of picks. But they're not banning any ADCs. Just Lucian banned on out. So Xayah, Kaisa, all available. Oh, there you go. Xayah has been banned out.
Well, not Xayah anymore. Ezreal, though. I quite like this Ezreal pick. Let me tell you why. Because it's pretty flexible, and not only, again, I always say this, Ezreal, very safe champion, but he's very flexible. He can be really aggressive in the early game. If you want to play him that way, you can hold back and just farm up, wait for the jungler to come in. Especially when your jungler is fanned on a Hecarim, the ganks are going to be lightning fast. Even with a Corki, even the Valkyrie can be good. But yeah, this Yasuo could be good also because again, what is one of Zoe's big counters in the mid lane? Yep. Yasuo. Funnily enough, because of that wind wall, he stays relevant in that matchup into the late game. So would love to see it come out here. OMG still thinking about it because he is kind of a do or die champion. They will lock him in though.
There you go. And if you take a look at the composition of OMG as a whole, they do have a ton of knockups to couple that Yasuo up with. They got Aatrox, Corki even has a knockup on the package. You got Gragas, of course. So makes a ton of sense from this point of view, especially going up against Zoe. So Faye might be in it for a rough time here. But remember, Weibo, this is it. This is their game to win. And they have a pretty solid comp to back it on up with. They have a lot of stats, a lot of numbers, a very tanky front lines, and a ton of CC to complement that Ezreal. The only thing I'm worried of here for the side of Weibo is, do they have enough damage? Have an Ezreal, sure, but do they have enough damage?
They could. If that Ezreal plays pretty much perfectly, if he is able to, as I said, be really either safe or aggressive when the jungler comes out. I mean, we've also seen like Ezreal in the hands of, I think it was FPX or EDG, from go engage on a level 2 enemy bot lane and just with the Mystic Shot and the Arcane Shift, chase down and use the exhaust to really take out that ADC and get that early game advantage. I've seen it happen. So there's a lot of flexibility. I think it could be enough. He just has to be really careful to avoid that Yasuo, I think. But the Zoe as well. The Zoe has so much deep. She's a poke champion. She can Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Definitely a lot of damage for OMG here. Or sorry, for Weibo Gaming here. Enough to take down OMG. But they just really have to be good with their skill shots to carries.
Absolutely. The one good thing that Duan Yu has going for himself on that Ezreal is that there isn't necessarily an assassin dedicated solely to shutting down that ADC, right? And him being on an Ezreal means that there's, number one, no assassin catching up to you, and another, you're relatively safe as an Ez. So there's very little theoretical threat to Duan Yu, right? So should have free reign in terms of dealing damage, so that's one good thing going for that bot lane duo. Except, of course, for that Yasuo who has that wind wall and can jump on you at any given time, but that's not technically an assassin, right? So
yeah,
Weibo definitely have a ton of tools to work with in this comp. They certainly have a lot of front line, certainly have a lot of late game potential too on the Jax and on, I guess you could say, the Hecarim too. So, a fairly even playing field in my opinion, but look at Faye actually doing a pretty good job of keeping SMK at bay.
Yeah. SMK poked out is definitely something that Zoe's proficient at. And wow, 90% win rate for Faye actually. So 9 wins and 1 loss. So really one of the more proficient Zoe players. Zihan, he's going to get poked out by Whitecat, literally poked this time, not like long range stuff, but poked by that rapier. Actually, is that an EP or a foil? Okay, or a foil? I'm not sure. I should check the lore of Fiora. I mean, that's the saber name, right? Yeah.
I always thought it was like one of those fencing swords.
It is a fencing. It pretty much is. It's a rapier. It's just there are certain types of fencing swords, like they're different types. There's like they're from like really thin to much thicker, and different weights and stuff. I'm just wondering out loud what specific one Fiora sword is. So if you guys know the answer, let me know in the comments. We'll check it later. But Zihan is just going to go for this dive by Inyan as well, and they calculate it absolutely perfectly, going in at the same time to finish that Jax off with first blood.
Both flashes in. The fan actually going to go in for another counter engage. Let's take a look at that one more time. Perfectly read here by OMG, Inyan and Whitecat, both flashing at the same time. They knew that they had no other choice, so they tanked down this counter-strike. But the question is, will there be an answer after that Hecarim in gank? No, there wouldn't be. So, first blood on the board this time for OMG. Certainly not certainly not what Weibo wants. But not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a very good job there by OMG to do that. But then the counter-strike comes in, no repose available, fans coming in. He's got the onslaught of shadows available. That could be a way for them to get Whitecat away from his tower, but they have to be really wary of that riposte. So now that does mean that the Hecarim has to look for another victim, maybe look for a dive here in the bot lane. It's gonna be a little bit difficult on that Tri-Brush, but speaking of ganks in the bot lane, Faye is gonna come over, throw a Paddle Star, and get out just in case that Aatrox was going to be coming through anywhere. Just to, you know, keep the homies safe down there by showing a little bit of vision of yourself. So good strategy there, and then right back into the mid lane.
Not anything yet found for the jungler of OMG here, and that's the thing about an Aatrox, right? You don't necessarily have the strongest of ganking potentials. Well, you do have the scaling option and the option of just staying alive for so long in these team fights. You don't necessarily have the best ganking tool, so nothing yet to be heard of from OMG's jungle side. While Zihan and Whitecat consistently fighting on the bottom side, though.
Yep, but that is a really good taunt onto Duanyu and Yuchan. But now the Onslaught of Shadows comes through, and Fan is able to save the day there. Takes the Yasuo out 1-for-1. Faye now with a ping pong trying to really get a little bit more information, a little bit of harass. But that does mean that Zihan was pushed out by Whitecat and Inyan, so that tower's going to take a hell of a beating. Maybe even the first tower here for OMG. But they definitely got a lot of plates.
20 seconds until the first objective spawn up. It is an Ocean Dragon too, so don't think it's going to be of as big of a priority here on either side. The Rift Herald is going to be the point of contest more so than the Dragon. The one looking for Whitecat cancels the recall. Actually, this is huge considering the objectives are up actually, and there's no mana left for that Fiora.
Yeah, but Fan is going to be on spawn, trying to take down that Ocean Drake, which actually really does benefit his team. But he does see SMK. There's an opportunity. A drive-by onto the Yasuo. The Zihan got him low, and Fan went for the alley-oop, taking that Jax out to that Yasuo out to dinner. But it will be a Rift Herald take for OMG as revenge. That's fine because Fan is going to trade for the Ocean Drake here.
Smelled blood. Man smelled blood and went straight for it. And of course, it's the Yasuo that gets punished over and over, right? I mean, of course,
0-10 power spike.
There's no other way. There's no other option. But Fan having a blast here in this jungle, even going for a little bit of an invade there after taking the Ocean Dragon. And it's getting to a point where Fan is a huge threat here. Deals pretty good amount of damage that can collapse on Inyan now.
Oh,
that's the Onslaught of Shadows.
The Onslaught of Shadows as Inyan, he gets two-shot barraged. But because it is an Aatrox, it's a little bit more tankier. Doesn't really sweat it all too much. As OMG, that is just a little bit of pressure put onto them. The Ezreal as well will kind of assure himself that there's nobody coming into lane very soon with that, so he can maybe push it out a little bit. But the Gragas and the Yasuo are going to be coming through, so it might be a good time to avoid any supposed to cast shenanigans here. He'll be out of there, so Duanyu keeping himself safe. But seriously, Whitecat is actually topping the gold charts right now. As the three of them push down to the bot lane with Shelly.
Yeah. Only by a small margin though, not really anything too big of a lead there for Whitecat. As Rift Herald popped in the bottom side, flash forward.
Oh, okay. 15 almost fell victim to that. The rest of them though, they will just start wailing on that. But the first tower will be taken down with the help of Shelly. Now Fan having to retreat here does, I think, have the Onslaught of Shadows still. So mid lane, they're just going to be passing through. OMG is on the way back to the top lane. That Ezreal though, Duanyu, just putting a lot of lane pressure, knowing that he's safest if there's nobody in his lane, so that he can push out back and then go to the other lane, push that out. And then, you know, just kind of be as slippery as possible, making sure that he's in no danger whatsoever.
And making his way towards the top side now. And there's two players there. They can get set up something here with the wombo combo. With Fan knowing better than to over-aggress. There's 3 people here now, and I think they're going to set up for a dive.
Yeah, but Zihan's going to be here as well as the awesome shadows. There's a counter-strike onto the heroes. Entrance to save the ball, Ji-chan! What a hero. He will be able to get that taunt as a Fan is able to get that kill onto the Yasuo. 15 has just come into the fray, but so has Faye. And that is going to be a Mystic, a true shot barrage coming in. Further back, clear it out the wave. It is Weibo Gaming who got that initial kill, and Fan is hungry. He's wanting more. He smells blood like a shark in the water. Inyan is there. Will he be defending this buff? As Faye is there trying to get a sleepy trouble bubble or a paddle star, any sort of poke there. But they are putting so much pressure onto this turret. OMG have to make a decision. Do they stay or do they go?
Seems like they're going to be going for the first option there as Weibo look to gear up and engage.
Yeah, and they are going to engage onto 15 already. He is in a lot of danger, so he's going to lay down the DPS, but he is now with a sliver of health. He knows he has the range, so he has to back out because now SMAK is back into the fight. Faye doing a lot of damage there. So has Fan just rode in on the rampage. He is going to get Steel Tempest and Last Breath under the tower though. So keeping that there, they also will be able to get that kill. White Cat almost died to you there in the mid lane, but GJ is still fighting because he knows that Faye is over here. That's a lot of damage. Look at that, SMK almost popped like a balloon.
And off of that, Weibo is still unable to get the push. It's still even at the end of things. And they will look for another engagement here with Inyan getting spotted out after that Rift Herald.
Quite a long fight.
Yeah, it is a very, very long fight. Sleepy Trouble connects, and Fan for the longest time tried to get an execute, but they played him around like a fiddle. OMG playing off of the knockups, SMK with the Last Breath as well. And at the end of the day, it's still essentially an even game for now. 3-2 on the scoreboard with around 100, 200 gold lead for Weibo is inconsequential for the moment. And it's looking a lot like that first game. Except this time, it seems like Weibo are getting checked. They're getting kept in check by OMG. But I'm going to be looking from here on out at that Hecarim. I'm going to be looking at him to enable because so far he's the one with the biggest gold lead in Weibo's roster. And he should be able to translate that the most because he's got the Trinity Force, a ton of AoE damage, a ton of CC as well. He's going to be the biggest difference maker when it comes to these skirmishes. And that's all the more true with the Ice Dragon spawning up. Wall was already here, been spotted out by a ward. Fan making his way towards the area.
Yeah, but this Ice Drake has to be fought right now by OMG, so you can see Fan and Jichan just really trying to keep it aggroed on them on the other side of the river so that OMG, have a little bit less of a chance to try to steal it. And they're going to be coming in, maybe from the back. He goes on to with the Blast Cone, but you can see there is the big explosive cast into the Last Breath. But the hero's entrance onto 3. Great stun. And then the taunt. But the dragon is still pretty healthy. Everyone's still fighting. Nobody's died yet. Wawa down to about 20%. White Cat gets poked out to less than 40. So now they have to avoid the Sleepy Trouble bubble with Fan being very healthy as well. They may have to focus on Inyan right now. As Inyan goes down, that does mean that this dragon now belongs to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that's how I was talking.
And they chase! There's a true shot barrage with the snipe!
Get the kill as well. And I was talking about Fan could be the biggest difference maker in these fights. And he went in for the fight all alone. OMG invested everything because they knew that fact. They knew that Fan had to be taken down. And guess what? They invested all the ults and Fan did not go down. So OMG, the fight that went afterwards, it didn't have any ultis, it didn't have the Last Breath, didn't have a cask, so they just lost it. And they lost the dragon as well. Fan, this time, taking away the blue buff in a 1v1 against White Cat.
Yeah, but then Duan Yu is there, so White Cat knows if he tries to fight against Fan here, that Ezreal is going to be there post-haste because he's got that Arcane Shift to get into the fight. So that would not be good. Weibo Gaming, they are cultivating a little bit of a lead there. Zoe in that last team fight did 4,000 damage, was that? Is that correct? Was that what I saw? Dang, that is just the power of the Paddle Stars and the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, man. This is exactly why you picked this champion. You thought you were doubting Weibo Gaming's damage earlier. I was like, no, they got a Zoe. They're fine.
Well, my mistake. My mistake. Was proven wrong. And remember, this is in a losing lane matchup up against SMK's Yasuo that's tailored specifically against that Zoe. For him to find this much impact after that is just mind-boggling here as Weibo look to set their sights towards this Baron buff. They are setting up the vision for now. And do they have enough damage to take this Baron buff quickly enough? I don't think so. Remember, they have an Ezreal for an ADC. And they're not going to be going for that, especially because their Jax just recalled. I think they're going to be trying to split up the map a little bit more for now. And the Weibo walking off with a little bit of a gold lead around the 2,500. But the more important part is Jihan is slowly starting to scale up. Fan as well.
Slowly but surely. 0, 1, and 3, the Jax is getting items. Fan, though, I would argue has really already been very useful, even throughout the entire game.
Oh, yeah.
He's just been a big, chunky horse to have to get through. And also, his onslaught of shadow... his onslaught of shadows targeting is so good, so juicy. He gets the targets that he needs to, and the fears at like really specific times to disrupt the plans of OMG. Because of that, it feels like OMG has to be kind of pigeonholed towards their base. Very difficult for them to even go into the jungle without having to sweep or having to ward. It's really getting to them mentally now. The lead of Weibo Gaming.
You could see them scrambling for that vision, right? They're constantly refreshing that vision here in that Baron buff because they know that the threat is available. But they can also take that Baron for themselves. They have so much damage going for themselves because of the Yasuo that they can potentially do that. But now that they've taken one of the towers, they turn things around. Weibo have to respond in kind, and Wawa is here to receive that response. But it's just going to be the back and forth pull between these two teams. Eventually, something's going to break.
Yep. Let's draw that brace of camels back. What could it be? Because right now, dancing around these objectives will not last forever. Yeah, it is going to take a while because Dragon up in a minute or so. OMG looking to set something up onto either you and your fan, but smartly enough, they get away. They don't overcommit to that because there was the possibility of the explosive cast into last breath and Ezreal going down immediately.
Nope. No engagement yet. Very disciplined game from both sides. Next objective spawning just in a bit. That's the Mountain Dragon too. So a big point of contest spawning in the next 25 seconds. And you can see that OMG has a little bit of a faster response to it. Have the bottom lane shove coming through as well. So Weibo, they're in a bit of trouble going into this dragon fight. They have to make their way towards this dragon pit.
They have kind of. Jichan is over there, just trying to get a little bit scouted, done a little bit of vision into the enemy jungle. That dragon pit is going to be, the point of contention here. SNK will be a little bit late to that, but OMG the one starting it up. They're trying to melt it down. There is a sleepy trouble bubble. As Palisar damage, as well as the Onslaught of Shadows trying to isolate Wawa. There's the last breath, but it was onto Fan, so it didn't really matter all too much as a hero's entrance. But OMG will be stealing away that Mountain Drake. Miss True Shot Barrage will not get anybody. Great steal there from OMG.
Yeah, Weibo was just a little bit scattered going to that fight. They used so much to try and shut down just one player. Onslaught of Shadows, also just one player in the pit. But after that, OMG reset and Weibo starts off the Baron.
Yeah, no rest for the Wicked here. As oh my god, that Zoe damage on White Cat of all people. Great Justice Punch into the taunt. Inyan, though, he will get away with it. He's going to live. 15 with the stasis will be able to live as well. Weibo Game is putting in so much pressure. Every single time they can try to look for an engage, they go for it. Jichan just so proficient with these Justice Punch flashes. His timing, his positioning, his estimating the distance travel is so perfect.
And Weibo know that without the Jax, they can't necessarily look for a Baron buff. They just don't have enough damage to take it down fast enough. With Jihan going for the split push, this is looking really rough for Weibo because they need their Jax for damage, but they also need the split push with this guy. So they're caught between a crossroads as to where they could go. And they're struggling to take these objectives for now, but it's OMG's time to take that vision towards that Baron buff. And we're not going to be seeing an emerging victor from these two teams unless we see a full-on fight. Both of them know that, which is why they're both just disengaging every single time.
Yep, because it is so
So
difficult to predict how that next fight is going to go. When you know you get a little bit of a disadvantageous positioning, or you kind of lose a little bit of health, your first instinct is like, all right, back off. We don't want to lose the fight. We're fine with giving up one person, but everybody else get out of there. We got the dragon. Let's go. But now the Elder Drake is going to be spawning up, and Weibo Gaming are the ones with the positive positioning towards it at the start.
Certainly a good thing for them. Not a position that they found themselves in that's good with the last objective fights, but OMG, they're making their way here. Weibo just a little bit scattered. White Cat pushing forward. No one connects with the Sleepy Trouble. And Jekian looking to set something up with the position. A little bit of vision asserted. And Weibo, they're the ones getting played. OMG, what are they going to do here?
I saw that pullback when Weibo Gaming started posturing towards that dragon. OMG was like, yeah, no, we don't really want this fight. We just want you to come over here and waste time fighting us while, somebody else, maybe switch pushes or something, or tries to get something in control. But, oh man, what? That burn on the fan, taking out 35% of his HP. 15, that was a lot of burn, but there could be a catch here onto that Yasuo. SMK has to flash out to get out of there, but he won't be able to escape the onslaught of shadows. But that does signal that this dragon is going to go in. G-Chan with a Justice Punch into the top. White Cat already very, very low. He'll be able to flash away, but not get away. Oh, he actually is getting away from Zihan. But Inyan and Huawa trying to fight front to back. 15 as well. They take the Jax away from this fight. Inyan maybe want to re-engage onto G-Chan. And on the dragon though is Fan. There's a teleport coming in. Who's gonna be? It's gonna be White Cat coming in from the base, fully healed as they get into this dragon pit fight. Everybody is just really sustaining quite a lot. There's the hero's entrance onto one member, as well as everything going in. Duan Yu finally, as he gets into the back of the fight, is doing the damage onto the Aatrox, onto the Gragas as well, maybe on Wawa, as Yichan is the last man to go up against Wahoo, just keeping him away. There's the Elder Drake for Weibo Gaming, a decisive team fight and a 4-for-1.
Weibo Gaming just shuffling OMG around like a pack of cards without losing much, and they deal a big blow against them. It's a big challenge for Weibo to take these objectives because they don't have much damage without their Jax, but somehow find a way. But now Baron getting taken down. Cask used. There you go.
Cask used, might smoted on the Baron. Big power play there by Weibo Gaming, and so
look at this.
Take a look at that again.
Yeah, take a look at this one more time. TP comes in from White Cat, and take a look at Fan here. Just biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The moment he goes in, goes back out again for the hero's entrance. Meanwhile, the poke is there for Duan Yu, and by the time the Fan goes in, everyone's already low, and it's just a cleanup for the rest of the Weibo squad. Really well shuffled here for Weibo that keeps OMG guessing.
Oh, once again, Fan just taking down like Corky basically on his own with just the health of Gikan, as well as the Aatrox. Shows how far ahead this horsey is. He is the one in the horse races that you bet on, and he is leading the pack. It is so difficult to contend against him now. They're on to the Nexus. Weibo Gaming wanted to make this game a 2-0 to keep themselves in the running for the playoffs. Just focus on the Nexus. Fan is trying to at least get a little bit, but he gets last breath. White Cat will get taken out in a 2 versus 1. But now Huawei and SMK, they have to defend against him, and they won't be able to because that Nexus was 1-tap range, and it did get 1-tapped. At 2-0 for Weibo Gaming.
They keep themselves in 8th place, and that means they're going into the playoffs here. Weibo Gaming with the very disciplined series take a 2-0 win. That was beautifully executed from them. Actually, a bit surprised that it was as close as that, but at the end of the day, Weibo come out victorious. And what a way to end it on a high note here. Weibo secured their slots.
What a way indeed.
Yeah.
So now I'm doing some calculations in my head, and I think what that means, because both Weibo and Woohoo Gaming got 2-0s in their matches today. What I think that means is that J-Team is in that elimination spot. They're not going to be in top 8 because J-Team has a +2 game differential, and because Weibo and Woohoo Gaming got, +3s with, a 2-0 and in both of their games, that gives them a +3 game differential. So that means they're technically ahead of J Team, even though they're all 7-6. They're tied with Fun Plus Phoenix for 6. And that is just the craziest way to end the day. I really thought this wasn't going to happen. I thought it was going to be a lot different, but expectation. I even talked about it yesterday. I expected today to, kind of go maybe the opposite way, Woohoo Gaming getting 2-0 by Trace Esports. That was something that I expected. And then, oh my god, at least taking one game away from Weibo, that would mean J Team would be number 7. But no, Weibo and Woohoo both stepped up to the plate and performed their hearts out today. So big props to both of them.
The problem for them, though, is that J-Team still has one more series coming up tomorrow. But we'll talk about the standings later on. Let's take a look at how that game went on. First, of how Weibo won at such a decisive fashion. And the damage numbers, wow. Faye leading the scoreboard here with 32,000 damage is just mind-boggling. It's insane.
Zoe thinks. Just Zoe things. What's more insane, I would say, is fans damage. 27,000. You don't usually see that high of a damage on a Hecarim. He's only 5k behind Faye, but that just means that fan was in the fights constantly. 6, 2, and 5, and he was doing the deeps. He got ahead early. He gapped the Aatrox. Indiana was not able to do anything. Most of the objectives were secure. There were, a couple of steals here by Inyan, so props to him. But fan, in this jungle meta where the Hecarim is very powerful, you need to have a specific counter to that champion, specific strategy to keep him gapped so that he won't run rampant just like that.
Yeah, or just ban him out outright. It's not necessarily a lot of things that can counter a Hecarim because of just how unique that champion is. So it's just why a lot of teams just default ban him in the first rotation. And this is Fan showing us why. He takes the MVP of the game as well with a 92% kill participation. That's insane. On top of getting so many objectives as well, on top of getting so much damage, he definitely put up a podium performance here for Fan.
Oh, most definitely deserves that MVP. His 8th MVP, and that was just an insane day of Wild Rift. 6 games only today, so it was a little bit short for you guys, but still action-packed, very exciting games, and a complete script flip from what yesterday was implying after the after all the games finished yesterday. So today, man, I came into this day, expecting something completely different, and I am really glad that I was surprised.
Me too. Absolutely. And the way we got to this point as well, I mean, we were expecting 2-0s. We were talking before the broadcast, right? We were expecting 2-0s.
Yeah.
But not like this. Not like this at all. And this is going to shape up the leaderboards quite a bit. With EDG scoring a 2-0. Woohoo Gaming with a huge upset against Trace with a 2-0. And Weibo 2-0ing OMG as well with such disciplined playstyle. It couldn't get much better than this. What a phenomenal day of Wild Rift we have. Tomorrow, we have more games lined up. But talk about that later on. I want to see how this is going to shape up the leaderboard. Here are the standings currently. And you're absolutely right. Weibo is going to be number 7. But no, J-Team actually in...
Hold up.
They're all number 7 now.
I thought it was a +3. Yeah, but they got the who else? But no, it's a +2 there. They're tied again. They're tied again. A 3-way tie for 7th place. Yep. My calculations were off, but this just means that we may be able to get an extra game here because of just how this is shaken out. I am at a loss for words, bro.
The thing is, J-Team still has a game to play tomorrow, going up against KBG, another
14 games,
another giant here, number 5 currently. So that could actually, that could decide who's going up tomorrow. If somehow, if J-Team could topple KBG, that is going to secure them off their slots. But as it stands, it's a 3-way tie for that 7th place. Meanwhile, standings for the APAC conference still the same after today. 4 teams going up to the playoffs can be Naos, KT Rolls for Y, G2 Blacklist, and of course Saigon Cerberus. And pretty much these teams already secured their spots.
Unfortunately, INV wasn't able to move the needle any significant way today. Still 0 for 12, 0 for 24 here in the WRL-A Season 2. But tomorrow, as you said, we have some very exciting APAC matches. KT Roll Survive versus G2 Blacklist to see who is going to share that top spot so far with Naos Esports. And can Naos Esports get up or win against Jingdong Gaming in our second match? Of course, yeah, we do have J-Team versus KBG and Thunder Talk versus Nova. But I don't think Thunder Talk versus Nova is going to change much. J-Team, though, has to absolutely perform tomorrow against KBG or else it's over for them. It is, I think, their last match, the last chance to secure their playoffs positioning.
Absolutely. I couldn't have put it any better myself. That's J-Team's last chance at breaking that three-way tie open and getting themselves ahead. I'm excited for that last matchup as well. Thunder Talk and Nova. Nova, can they topple Thunder Talk, the #1 lead for now? Is Nova back on their previous form, the last season form? Can't wait to see that tomorrow. But that is just it for our games for the day here. An exciting day of Wild Rift and some huge upsets, some huge champions brought up by a lot of our teams here. Until tomorrow,
100% win rate.
Yes. But see you again, guys, tomorrow. That's just it for us. My name is Datum, and this is G10 casting for you guys today. We'll be back tomorrow. You don't want to miss those games. But until then, we're gonna be saying good night and bye-bye.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.